Yeah. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Just wanted to check in with y'all and see how everybody's doing. Um, Me, I got a little, it's like a slight cold, but I've had it maybe a few days now. But it's hasn't done anything really else to me. I'm just, yeah, just another day. A little congestion though. I don't know if it's the weather or what the deal is, but I'm here. I hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, man. There's a lot always at play, a lot always going on. And me, I take the simple route myself to doing things. I try, I can't really. I mean, it's not even try. I try and I really do make efforts to avoid silliness, misunderstanding. Um, I try to be very clear about what I'm saying so I don't have to double back and, re-describe what I meant and all of these types of things. And so I try to be very clear. Oh, what's up, Shaka? What's up, Donnie? I see y'all. I try to be clear and about my thoughts and my position on things. But also, when I communicate with people, I try to be very, very clear. And sometimes you can't always get that over the net, but you can always follow up in a conversation if it's really that deep. Um, you can always do that. And, but for the most part, I try not to assume a lot and I try my best to be accurate about some of the things that I describe and I'm taking part in. Now, in the community, the conversations I'm taking part in. Now, in the community, as you all know, there have been with certain platforms, and mainly one, you could say, there's been a lot of talk about, you know, rape, pedophilia, crime occurring, people being scammed. There's been accusations that which everyone involved on that platform has heard of, either directly or indirectly. So, so there's been a lot of scuffling going on between different persons, and so I'm going to speak a little bit about that, but I want to extend a greetings to Andrea, Donnie, my Aunt Forever Shaka, and anybody else that's been, kind of experiencing these things in a similar way. And so I just want to speak a little bit on that. Uh, I think I've seen some communications go on where somehow, it could be perceived as certain people having some issues with each other. And for me, I don't bite on it at all. I don't bite on it at all because, some of these issues are, in my view, very small communication issues. If people choose to communicate in the most effective means, probably all could be avoided, but since it is YouTube, sometimes people bring everything out that they want to discuss on the internet openly, and sometimes that's not always the most direct thing to get clarity from. You know, me myself, I notice a lot of things, but I have to weigh them out, and I have to ask myself, how relevant are they? How important are those things? Do I need to speak on all those things all the time? Where do they fit on my priority list now? So I'm always thinking about that, just because I have to do that in life. I mean, I have to do that with every other thing that I do. Everything that I engage in, I have to think about before I do it. And so I've grown accustomed to doing that. Always have to think about the after effects of what one does, what one says, and also how one chooses to engage another person when they have a disagreement, or if they even have a misunderstanding or a lack of understanding. You see, you're always accountable for how you go about communicating. So on that note, I'm just asking everybody, if you got something you want to say to me, not that there is anybody, because, but, if there is, please do just bring it out clearly, so that, I can actually deal with it and give it its proper due. Sometimes, like the other day, I was in the chat, and we were live here, and there's always people that come in and they agree about some of the things you're talking about. And, but then somebody came in the chat and said something about Sister Nandy. And, I don't always like to stop people from talking about other people or doing these kind of things. I don't like to always stop people. But since I'm aware that there's a lot of people that take any small indifference and make it into a big thing, and use the chats as a way to get their grievances out about other people, right? For me, I saw it, and it was a comment about Sister Nandy, and I just blocked the person, and I explained why. Because here's the thing, and this doesn't go for just Sister Nandy. This goes for anybody. If I have a problem with anyone, I will state it very, very clearly. So you don't have to worry about my thoughts on anything or anybody if I am not stating it very, very clearly in detail. So again, there's people that like each other on here. Sometimes we all have the same problem that we want to solve, main agenda. And then sometimes there's people that don't agree with each other on some other things, and somehow that gets mixed into the play. I don't like that. I don't like it. For me, it just makes dealing with the main objective much more difficult, just because you got to take a side conversation now about something less relevant, something that's not even relevant. I would even say is not relevant to the main objective, or to my main objective, whatever my main objective is. So I don't always want to deviate and divert. And so I'm also going to speak kind of clearly here. I work together with different people in real life, and and YouTube's a part of real life too. And but me, I'm not a person I want anyone to come to have to use me as a medium to discuss their problems with somebody else. And that's the reason why I blocked the person. And it's nothing personal outside of that. I don't know their motivation or anything like that. But for me, my view is, if you have a problem with someone, speak to them directly about it. And, this happens, bad communication happens. It happens. It's not just a YouTube thing. It can happen in all types of environments. And, but for me, it's like I've found to ask some basic questions. And usually when somebody comes to me saying something about somebody, I usually say, so did you talk to them about it? You see, I usually say that. Have you gone to them and talked to them about it? Because expressing it to me, I can't help you with your problem with somebody. I'm not going to join your side in a problem with somebody. I'm not teaming up with you with your problem with anybody, don't try to use me that way. Now, so I just want to put that message out there to anybody. Most people I have a very good, straight communication with. And so I understand their thinking. So um, they may make loads of observations, but they don't bring any of them to me that they don't feel I should have to respond to. You see, if it doesn't involve me, don't bring it to me, especially when it comes to some of this back and forth thing on the internet. And I'm not talking about the bigger issues. I'm just talking about some of the small side ones. Everybody doesn't always get along. Listen, I I can have respect for numerous people. It doesn't mean I agree with what they do all the time. Do I need to go to the internet and just make a post about it or comment on it? No, not really. No, I don't. Because those little types of things happen so much that you would use all that time discussing those things and you wouldn't have much time left to discuss the things you really want to discuss. So, what I normally do is I say, if I have a large level of respect for somebody and just a little bit of disagreement here and there, I'm probably not even going to talk about it. Because guess what, folks? That's life. That's really how life is. That is the life you chose. That's how it works in this life. I have things that I'm really engaged in and focusing on. So I'm not going to be solving nobody's personal issues. Um, I'm not going to be taking sides with people. Even though I might have an opinion, I may not even voice my opinion all the time because, of course, if it could be used to take sides. And a lot of people are in this internet thing to be taking sides or to be in conversations that really don't have much to do with them. To be in conversations where if the individuals spoke directly in the right way, they could resolve those issues. And hey, there would be no point in me or anybody else being involved. But we know everybody's not like that. You see, um, so there's certain people that I just don't feed into. I don't address it. If I do address it, I might address it once, but I'm always going to say this at the end. I have a good amount of respect for most people. And on top of that, if I do have a good amount of respect about those people, you're probably not going to hear me talking too much about them when I can. If I really need to resolve it, I'll talk to them. If I think I need to, I'll talk directly with them. So now this brings me to the next part. Over the last days, we've seen this. This is ongoing, by the way. This is happening more than ever. And I guess different people will have their different reasoning behind it. I don't care about that much. I don't care about the different reasonings because ultimately, my reasoning is one that I'm going to go with, right? Although I'm open to hear stuff, but I'm gonna give you an example of stuff that myself uh, see as problematic. I'm going to speak directly to those things, and I'm not going to take up the conversation about what other people's small little beefs are with each other. That's outside of this main issue. I'm not going to do that. So let me bring up the issue I do want to discuss. Let me see. Hopefully, I don't have any playback problems either. But let me see here. Oh, but first, let me put this up just to make sure. Boom. There we go. Yeah, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Check that legal code out under the Copyright Office, and to learn more about it. Now let me pick up, see where I was at here. Is it this one? 2 seconds. Let me double check here too, because I don't want to bring the wrong thing up. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Okay, here we go. It's about a comrade who I actually got a huge level of respect for. And So I feel like I'm going to comment on this, and you can offer your own opinions if you like. Let me see here. Here we go. It's about one of my colleagues here, um, Shaka Ndugu Komet. They call him Ma'at Forever. Ma'at Forever has been around for like a long time. Long time. He's been around when you know the so-called most people went to YouTube to discover the conscious community, right? And he's been around before that on Blog Talk Radio. And because I've witnessed this myself, he's been talking about problematic behavior in the conscious community. He's been talking about people who have been known to have raped, people who have been known to do other things, alleged things, allegedly do other things. And hold on 2 seconds, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm back. But yeah, and the brother's been talking about these issues for some time. If you've been following him, if you have now, some people haven't been following Shaka and Ndugu Komet. Some people have not been following Ma'at Forever, so they may not even be aware of him. For some people, it might be the first time they even realized the brother existed. But the truth of it is that in terms of discussing issues like African history, Kemet, the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, Shaka has been debating many of these people connected to the conscious community. Yeah, connected to the conscious community. I just had to move something. He's been he's been debating these people for years. If you haven't noticed, he's been debating these people for a very. We're not talking about 2 years. Some people came across the conversation about, um, you know, came across Shaka because he's been talking about pedophilia, rape, and scamming in the conscious community. Also among Pan Africans. Some of you may have recently come about uh, Shaka's thing. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? I see you in there, just lovely me. Yeah, thank you too for coming out. Um, and so people may not be aware. Look, I met Kevin Wesley just over the internet just a couple months ago, and literally I did not know about Kevin Wesley. That's no pun to him. Now that I see what he's doing, I'm like, damn, he's doing a lot. You see what I mean? But with this issue about Sonetta and Shaka and Ndugu Komet, I would encourage people to learn a little bit more about Shaka and not just take Sonetta's word for it. Um, and that's what I'm going to speak about because, hey, you may as well take Shaka's word too, right? If you hear it, right? I mean, but listen, regarding these issues, you don't have to take anybody's word. You can just want to see the receipts. You can actually apply your own thinking to it. So I'm going to play this video, and I've seen some things that are really odd, and I'm just going to speak about. And I'm not taking Shaka's side. I'm just going to speak about it from my perspective, in the hopes that um, you know some reasoning can prevail. But I'm not responsible for the reasoning that prevails either. Um, I'm not responsible for the outcome, what someone else thinks, believes, or anything like that. I'm not responsible for that. I'm only going to attempt to give you my take on it in a way that I think is reasonable and respond to some of these things. Um, yeah, it's been a minute. I came over to your platform. I was there. I was listening. I've been listening when I can. You know, these YouTube is crazy, man. It's got stuff popping off, but I've been following it. So for sure. Just to stay up to breast on what's going on over there with the shenanigans with these people trying to defame Kevin Wesley. But it's that's how YouTube is. YouTube got room for that, and we're about to have a video about a place that does that. um and hey, what the heck, that's what it does sometimes. That's what it do. you know it's crazy, man. Thank you, sister. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna play this video, and I'm gonna give a little bit of commentary here and there. I hope I can hear it well, but let me get to playing it and see how the audio is. If the audio is bad, let me know. Here we go. He gets off to a slow start here, Sonetta, but I'm going to try to get it to where he starts speaking.
I wouldn't have been messing with you.
Here we go. Hold on.
Other than me, I wouldn't have been messing. Right now, you got my attention, so I'm gonna give it to you. It's not gonna be a good one. It's not gonna be good.
He's talking about Shaka and Dugu Komet, My Eye Forever.
Family, you already know what it is. It's time to come on over to the dumpster. Come on over to the dumpster. Y'all know where we handle this type of business at. The link is in the chat. Oh, shit. Did I give y'all the right link? I'm hoping I did. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. Or did I? Anyway, let me try it again. Domo, what it is, man? What's going on with you, bro? I'm at the dumpster, man. Time to take out some trash, Domo. All right, there's the link right there. Come on over to the dumpster.
Nandi, I'm not sure what you mean exactly, but I don't want to talk about other topics right now because I just brought that up as an example, like of how I could not know somebody, but over the net, and like a lot of people didn't know Shaka, don't know Shaka. There's a lot of people that do, but a lot of people wouldn't know him if it wasn't for Sonetta, right? And the reason why I don't want to handle it this way is because it's only going to invite other people to respond to you here. And that's going to take up a lot of the energy and the focus. So that's why I just don't want to talk about anybody else but Sonetta right here today. But I did make a comment earlier just about communication with people and, this kind of stuff. Like I actually said, I don't want nobody coming over here talking about you, actually. And that doesn't mean just you. It's like for a lot of about a lot of people, because I see you, but like I was saying, I don't want to stop people from communicating, but I also want to narrow it down so I can just get this done too for the moment. But hey, I'm hearing, and I hear everything. So all right, but look, let's get back to Sonetta here.
There's the link right there. Come on over to the dumpster. Oh shit, the General Killer B in the building. Shout out to the General Killer B in the building, goddamn. The General Killer B is in the building. Killer B slapping this nigga up all the time. Killer, see, just like...
Well, and this, here's another example. It's a perfect example here. He's talking about somebody named Killer B. Killer B expressed to Shaka some time ago that he didn't like Queen's Throne, and he wanted Shaka to go in and make videos on Queen's Throne. This is a long time ago. This is while Shaka was communicating, going on Queen's Throne panel a lot and talking about Mr. Netter here. So Shaka didn't agree, apparently. That's what I was told. Shaka did not agree with his analysis of Queen's Throne. I'm talking about the man he's mentioning here, Killer B, Witchfinder General. And because Shaka did not simply agree all of a sudden, from one day to the next, Killer B starts going in and doing videos, live videos about Shaka, which don't amount to much. But this is what I mean by communication, folks. And this is what I mean by, trying to get people to take sides with stuff. Would I have handled that the same way? No, I wouldn't handle it the same way Killer B, the Witchfinder General, that's a name, handled it. That's not me. I don't go about things that way, especially if I'm going to be up and around somebody for a certain amount of time. I'm just not going to flip like that. You see what I mean? I'm not going to just flip like that. And if I have a disagreement, I'm not going to just handle it like that either. Because, first of all, how are you around a person that you yourself did not enjoy in the first place? You see what I'm saying? So part of it, I have to ask Killer B, the Witchfinder General, is why was you up over here under Shaka's shit anyway? Why did you? I mean, are all those things bad now just because of one day you didn't get Shaka to do what you wanted? I mean, in my mind, I can't roll with nobody or no thing about it, and I just can't do things that way. I don't do things that way. I know why I enjoy Shaka's content, and I know why I enjoy Shaka's content for a long time, and it's because he's really good at what he does. You see what I mean? He's very thorough at what he does. And of course, I hadn't been following Shaka for some years, obviously, but I was around when Shaka was around early on. So I know him to be the same way back then. So, I don't know if it's just a difference in how people communicate or choose to communicate, but let me play some more. I would not have handled that the way Killer B, the Witchfinder General, did. That's not me. And I won't be doing that to nobody. Period. It don't even matter who you are. Nobody can say that about me. I don't flip on people like that and then go to the net and just put out my disagreement with them from one day to the next. In fact, I'm more likely, if I have a real problem, going to communicate with you privately and wait for your response way more than a day. I got time. If it's not a big thing, then what the heck? But in this situation, it was apparently very important for Killer B, the Witchfinder General, to do that because there was an emergency. There was a hurry to get people to say, hey, you don't like Queen's Throne, Killer B, and you want other people to go in on her. Why don't you go in on her yourself, homie? Whatever happened to that? Like, you don't tell other people who and what they should associate with or what they need to do. Go do it yourself. Be about it. Be about it. You see? And so this little complaint has turned into something that's still little in my view, but it's found its way to Sonetta's desk. So we're going to explore it and see it. Come on. See if you learn anything from it, because I didn't, but here.
Just like we was with Hassan Campbell. Everybody supported him. We all was rocking with him. And then he started flipping on the people that was rocking with him. Killer B was rocking with Shaka Doodle. He flipped on Killer B. Look at Funky Queen.
You see that? So it's convenient for him to say he flipped on Killer B to the audience. But in fact, Shaka didn't flip on Killer B. And what does flipping mean? Be honest with your audience, Sonetta. It's been recorded and documented what the issue was. It was documented in writing, also in an email, and Shaka addressed it publicly as well. And he does what he always does, speaks very clearly. Shaka did not flip on Killer B. Killer B wanted Shaka to attack Queen's Throne, and Shaka said, no, I don't agree with you. I'm not going to do that. I don't agree with you. I don't see your point. That's basically what he said. And Homeboy did not like that response. So you get a no. and all of a sudden you're on YouTube making videos trying to say somebody's a fraud because they don't agree with you. Not agreeing with you is not the same as being a fraud. It means they don't agree with your assessment. That's what that means. But the question is, why don't you? Why don't you go in on the people you want to go in on? Why don't you do that yourself? Where are those videos? I'm talking about go in. Like, where are the 50 videos if you got such a big problem? And if you got a problem with Queen's Throne, why not just say it once and move on with your life, homeboy? Why not do that? But instead, you're out here begging a grown man to take your side in a petty ass dispute that is yours only. Then you give it to another petty ass man to respond even more petty because he didn't even really talk about what happened. He just said, oh, Shaka flipped on him. Oh, really? Any receipts to show that? No. 0 receipts to show Shaka flipped on him. That's his narrative, which is basically a scam to cover up what really happened. So let's keep playing.
Wrong was rocking with the nigga. She flipped on him. I mean, he flipped on her and the rest of them. I was trying to show the nigga.
Look, you see, he don't even know what happened. She flipped on him. I mean, he flipped on her. He doesn't know what the hell happened. You know, he doesn't know what happened. And again, who's been saying that? You know, I myself, I don't think anybody flipped on Queen's Throne. She didn't flip on me. I didn't like the video that she did about me. I didn't think it was accurate. And I also think it's really just, you know, not realistic. But, you know, but I did, you know, her issue was is that I spoke up about the videos that I saw that people showed me of a person named Callie, which was doing a lot of videos about Kevin Wesley. And I looked at what they showed me and thought about it. I didn't rush out to the presses to make a comment. There was no flip. I actually thought about it and thought about it again and thought about it again because of the seriousness, the accusations being made. And when I had enough time to think about it, I came to the conclusion that the video does not match what the man is describing. So I spoke about it. And the reason why I spoke about it was because it had been brought, you know, it had been brought to my attention. I realized that the same person who's spreading lies about Kevin Wesley is basically spreading lies about a lot of people. So pick which one. You know, have you ever seen these people that are spreading these lies ever get it right all 50% of the time? Have you ever seen them be right about, you know, something 80% of the time? You know, that's the thing about it. I mean, you can criticize anybody, but just criticism alone doesn't make you right. Now, how long does it take to close a deal on someone doing something wrong in your view, if you know about it? How long would it take you? A month? 2 months? 3 months? A year? You know, I suspect somebody's not doing too good of a job at exposing because it shouldn't take that long. And since that day, I've seen nothing, no evidence, not presented. You see, so I haven't changed my mind. But at first, it did look exciting. At first, I'm thinking, yeah, this platform is troubling, and maybe Kevin Wesley is down with Sinetta like that. That's what I thought in the beginning, because there is a pattern here. But the more I watched, I said, no, I don't have the same conclusion. And that's what I said. Now, she didn't like me saying that. And I was forced to speak about it publicly and just say what my perspective was. And my perspective was, in the beginning, it seemed like there could be something, but afterwards, no, I changed my mind, and I'm capable of doing that. I have every right to change my mind. I'm not beholden to anyone. I don't have to take a side. And if not taking a side means I have to have beef, I think that's a bit unreasonable. Because some of my best friends I don't agree with on politics sometimes, or on any numerous types of issues. That doesn't mean I got beef with them. Shit, we doing everything else together, having a nice time. I welcome the debate. I enjoy the debate, but I enjoy it when people are speaking clearly and standing on what they say. It's okay to suspect, but if you don't know, then you don't know. That's different. Nobody has to go out there and say they know something about somebody. And even if you suspect something about somebody, how many times can you go out there and say you suspect it? At some point, the people listening are going to need to see some verification, complete verification. So that's where I step out of it. It doesn't stop anybody from pursuing any wrongdoing, fraud, or anything. It doesn't stop that. It just means, if I don't see something that raises to the standard that I hold, then I'm not gonna jump on it, and I'm not going to speak about them too often, publicly. I can only say what I know. And I haven't had any bad experience with Kevin Wesley. I'm not a polygamist myself, but I'm not saying somebody shouldn't be, And I do agree with some of his positions. If you want to say guys are out there cheating on their wives, having secret relationships, then I agree with, you may as well say you polygamous. You may as well just say that, because that's what you're doing. You see, that's what you're actually doing. And you might want to consider doing that, living life truthfully. But, I can't speak for what people do in private. And I can't do that, myself. But, peace, David. And so let's move on now. That's enough about that. And peace to Queen's Throne. I don't have no issue with her. Peace to Suge. I don't have any issue with them. I don't agree with what their statements were about Shaka, but then again, I don't always have to agree. I don't have to. And it's no pun intended. You can see there's somebody on the screen that puts a lot of things out there about people personally. Do I agree with that? No, I don't. I don't agree with doxing. And I do believe this man has done that to many different people. Some worse than others, I guess. I'm pretty sure if he had any access to Shaka's personal information, he probably would try to find, but he doesn't. He doesn't even know Shaka. He has no connection to Shaka. I've seen this man put out video tape and information about who the hell is it? Zero X. And Zero X puts out information about other people. She puts out information about all kinds of people, man. It's just crazy. She's even tried to use some of my pictures. She's made statements about me. And I told her, I said, you can make them all you want. You can make these things all you want. But the reality of it is that if you wasn't a girl and I ever saw you in real life, you would be on the run. You would be on the run. That's just how it is, because I'm not going to accept any bullshit to my face. You see what I'm saying? I could become petty. Now, a lot of this bullshit here is over the net. So a lot of these people don't plan on ever meeting the people that they say these things about. That's another little communication error. For me, I feel like if you're going to be doing this kind of stuff, you really do need to go meet the person in real life and flip the bill, share the bill. Why don't you? Because some of these things is being said and done, is really outrageous and sad. I don't like it, but then again, it's not my decision. So if certain people, these people want to put out information about each other on the net, they should feel free to do that themselves. But that's not the game that I'm playing. What I'm doing is I'm going to speak to the conversations that we said we want to stick to speaking about. the actual problems. And I don't want to know about somebody's children if we're having a conversation about somebody being a pedophile. I don't want to see pictures about some other incidental thing that came up with somebody in their life because all of a sudden we're talking about pedophiles and scammers on a platform. And that's pretty much what's been happening. You see, you know, me, myself, you know, I'm in my 50s, halfway to my 60s. You see what I'm saying? When I was younger, I have destroyed property. I've never been charged with it. I've never gone to trial or been convicted of any crime like that. I and my friends can be pretty brutal when we were younger, very brutal. Yeah, and so what? So what? What does that have to do with anything? I've been locked up in New York City before too, arrested, yeah, for being what they say is not a nice person. So fucking what? I was in my 20s. Yeah, and so what? And so what? I mean, what difference would it make when I don't have a platform where I'm promoting pedophiles and rapists and scammers? See, when you order something from me, you actually get it. I actually keep my word. That's who I am. That's what I stick to. So I can't be in a situation where because one person doesn't like the other person, but both of them are customers or clients of mine, I'm not in the position to be taking sides. You all work it out yourselves. If it's a serious problem, I might speak on it. But if it's not, I'm not trying to take anybody's side on anything, especially shit that just is petty. You see what I mean? That could be resolved in another way. By the way, doxing people is not petty. That's a crime. Pedophilia, scamming people for their money and products. Pedophilia and rape is a crime. It's a crime, by the way. You see? So I'm not trying to talk about petty things. If somebody is a drunk ass and wants to get on the net here and there, hey, fuck it. If you're not the main target, I don't really give a damn. Be a drunk ass. It's not my business, right? Look at all these people out here smoking weed while they are giving their debates or giving their commentary. Do I have to turn a blind eye to a lot of that shit? Yes, I do. Why? Because what the fuck? Why do I have to enter into telling somebody what they should already know, that these things change your perception slightly? I shouldn't have to tell a grown ass person that. It should be obvious to everybody, you know, it is what it is. But I'm not going to talk about it when there's something better and more important I could talk about on my YouTube channel, you know? Yeah, so let me keep playing here.
Nigga love, he flipped on me. Now, let me relax because I forgot. I still got something. I was about to say something. Yo, listen, come on over. Come on over to the dumpster. We are at the dumpster, y'all. You got to come on over to the dumpster. Y'all almost made me say something crazy. Here's the link for the dumpster. I'm getting ready to exit out. I'm getting ready to exit out of the Sonetta Studios in the HOK. Come on over to the dumpster, y'all. I got 194 people in the building. Come on over to the dumpster. The link is in the chat. Come on over to the dumpster.
Yeah, and the dumpster is Sonetta. Apparently, I'm not sure how he technically has it worked out or legally worked out, but it appears, as he's saying, that he has a venue where he invites people over to talk about people's personal shit. I don't know what the point is. To me, I don't know what the point is. Do it on your own channel if that's how you feel. If it's content, and it apparently is content, but he's on another channel. I mean, okay. Maybe it's because he talks too much petty shit, you know, and it's a distraction from what he claimed his goal is. But I don't know if that's what it is. He got another channel though where he does this. So.
Got to air out some trash, baby. We got to air out some trash. We got to take the trash out to the dumpster. You see that? Nigga sitting there. He did the video on me today. He did another video. On me today. Nigga, shut up. Shut up, punk. You waking me up, right? So shut up. Stop your blood clot crying.
Yeah. And it's interesting, because this is the same person. He doesn't like someone talking about him. Isn't that what he just said? He just said something like that, right? He calls that crying when someone's talking about him, right? But what should a person do when somebody does this?
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
So is the implication because somebody responded to those comments and responded to you have every right? Oh, that's crime? That's crime? Is that what you would call a victim? Just somebody who's crying, oh, they just raped me, or they just scammed me, or he's crying about it. Apparently that's what they're doing. That's the statement that was made, and the individual doesn't like the response. But that's crying. The response is crying. Let me open up one other thing too here. Let me see here, because it's on my page. And just for folks to see, it's a short. I'm going to pull it up. Let me see where it is. It's in here, and it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. Here we go. Where is it at? Let me just make sure I got the right one. So I can pull it up. It's a couple of them here. So let me pull this one up first. Let me see here. Boom. I just want to make sure I got the right one. But there's one where this man threatens to put out somebody's email. Hold on. Yeah, he actually, it's contact information, email. Here we go. Here it is right here.
I will put his face up, his name, and his address. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to do that shit. You want to fuck with me? You want to play with me, nigga? Let's play for keeps. Let's play for real. Everybody in it, I will put his face up, his name, and his address. I'm telling you.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull that back up here. Sorry about that, y'all.
You want to fuck with me? You want to play with me, nigga? Let's play.
Get busy. Get busy with the real beef. Forget the internet beef. Take it to the, final stage. Get busy. Do something other than, just Twitter fingers or talk. 24 hours, we got Saner dress. And
so who gave him a government name? Isn't it Smash Rockwell? Who?
And at the same
time, that he hates Africans as a people, that he celebrates. But he goes, if he is guilty of plea bargain, I have
you to play a video about Suge, where Suge is talking about his relationship with one of his child's mothers decades ago, where there's no criminal action taken, no witness testimony, no charge, no conviction, but they're telling you should play that video. And if you didn't play that video, it's because you're covering it up, even though the actual video is public. And
you see? So, Sanetta's here on his platform as usual, and he's playing Killer B. And he's explaining, we already explained what the issue was. Killer B wanted other people to use information that Sa-Neter put out about them, whether it's true or false. No one really knows exactly, and just take his information and attack them. That's what Killer B was asking for. And Shaka wasn't going to do it. Killer B fell out with him, but then look what he does.
Killer B had it and didn't play it his damn self.
He threatens to release Shaka's personal information, his address, his picture, yes, and maybe other stuff. And he claims, you know, he makes it sound like he wants to get some black Muslims, some Muslims in Europe to go and get Shaka. That's all Sa-Neter's words. Let me just play this. I'm going to drop this in the link for everybody. You can review this about Killer B and Sa-Neter. Here you go. Now, I don't know who the hell Killer B really is, and I don't really even care. I never met him. I have never talked on the telephone with him. I've never corresponded by email, and I've only come across him through YouTube and him being on Shaka's panel, or maybe him coming on my panel once. Or twice. I don't know how many times. It was insignificant, but this is why. So please review this video. This is the one where he threatens, right? Now he calls the response crying. But I would say that no, he is the one crying. And there's a reason. And the reason why I say that is because what else is it when you issuing threats, releasing people's personal information? But what, you don't feel like that's kind of desperate? You don't feel like that's a desperate move? I mean, what does he just nonchalantly do that every day? He just do that to anybody because he's not feeling a certain way? I would argue it's pretty desperate. When you're out there saying you're going to release people's information, their address, home address, their picture, so that other people can. This man, he basically wants other people to do their work, knowing damn well that other people don't even know the half of it yet. You see what I mean? So he's soliciting others to do things that he himself just ain't man enough to do. When you have a beef with somebody, take it up with them. Just take it up with them. Get in the ring, invite them to a neutral place. Anytime you take it here over the internet, you look problematic. When you're out there doing this, speaking about people's mothers, children, wives.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
Is that not crying? I mean, what is that? So fuck that nigga. Fuck his mother. What is that? What is that? Is that calm, cool, and collected? That's somebody sitting smooth, sitting pretty, or what? I don't get it. That sounds like hysteria to me. And then for the other person to say, that's between you and Shaka, you got every right. No. Listen, you don't have every right to come on my platform and curse people's mothers and children out or their spouses. You don't have every right to do that. You don't have that right here. That's way beyond anything necessary, especially when it comes down to a debate or a topic about, if the topic is pedophilia, that's over the top. If the topic is scamming in the community, that's over the top response. If the topic is about anything, that's over the top. Let me play this video because this man has made several lies in it, and he's expecting people that don't know better to just trust his word. If you think his word is trustworthy, well, let me put it to you this way. Now, if you don't think his word is trustworthy, if you do not think it's wise to just take his word, Put a 1 in the chat.
Just like we was with Hassan Campbell. Everybody supported him. We always rocking with him. And then he started flipping on the people that was rocking with him. Killer B was rocking with Shaka Doodle. He flipped on Killer B. Look at Funky Queen Throne was rocking with the nigga. She flipped on him.
Is a lie.
I mean, he flipped on her and the rest of them. I was trying to show the nigga love. He flipped on me. Now,
and look at his face.
Let me relax, because
is this the face of a person that's even serious about something? You know, this is the face. If you ask me, my opinion is this is the face of a person that just gets away with lying and doing any lies and never been held accountable for any of it. Just feel free to lie.
I forgot. I still got something. I was about to say something. Yo, listen. Come on over. Come on over to the dumpster. We are at the dumpster, y'all. You got to come on over to the dumpster. Y'all almost made me say something crazy. Here's the link for the dumpster. I'm getting ready to exit out. I'm getting ready to exit out of the Sarnetta Studios in the HOK. Come on over to the dumpster, y'all. I got 194 people in the building. Come on over to the dumpster. The link is in the chat. Come on over to the dumpster. We got to air out some trash, baby. We got to air out some trash. We got to take the trash out to the dumpster. You see that? Nigga sitting there. He did the video on me today. He did another video. He did another video on me today. Nigga, shut up. Shut up, punk. You waking me up, right? So shut up. Stop. So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
Now, since when does a person go to that extreme? F your mother, F your child, F your lady. When does a person in African-American lingo stoop to that extreme if it's just casual and nonchalant? If it's not, you know, you're not seeing that as like extra important, you know. You have to really, 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 really be feeling very bad to come out of the mouth that way. I mean, it just seems logical to me. Like, aren't those fighting words? Aren't those the words that you say? Aren't those kind of words where you say, you know what? I want to go see that person. Isn't that those kind of words? You know, and I don't see how you would expect someone else to think differently about it. I mean, do you expect someone to take that as like non-fighting words? I'm talking about physical fighting words. I'm not talking about internet shenanigans. I'm not talking about words where people say, oh, later, I was just joking. It's part of my act to sell my YouTube channel. I'm not talking about that. You know, that doesn't work either. You know, you may as well start selling slaves over the internet, too, if that's what you think entertainment is about. You see, you may as well start whoring out women and selling dope, heroin, too, through your channel, if you think that's what entertainment is about. Right? I don't think that was about entertainment. I think that was about somebody who is extremely hurt by someone playing their own words. Shaka has only played this man's own words. He's never accused him of being a pedophile. Again, Inky, Sarnetta's longtime family friend, is the one who went to the internet and called Sarnetta a pedophile. He's not the only person who's done it, but Shaka's not one of them. But yet he's heard it, Shaka. Kind of strange priorities. He didn't curse Inky's mother out, his kids out, his lady. I wonder why, because he went out on the internet and called him a pedophile. Did he curse out Ben Diesel's family, lady? Did he? I must have missed that. Ben Diesel said some heavy words about him. Didn't hear it. You know, I mean, it's just really strange. This man is worried about someone who's playing his own words, who lives in a completely different place on earth, whole different other country, whole different country.
Stop your blood clot crying. Look at Shanada. He did that video on me today. He
Peace,
did
my
another
doctor.
video on me today. We winning. We beating the HOK. We winning. We beating them. We beating them. We winning. Nigga, you ain't winning nothing.
Yeah, and by the way, Sonetta went out last year, not that many months ago, and said that he is the HOK. He is. And he said that as a response to Dan Calloway, because Dan Calloway was rightfully so upset that another person associated with Sonetta released portions of his book and even his whole damn book for download. I don't know, something like that. And therefore, Dan Calloway took offense to that and spoke about it. So Sonetta had to, in his defense, come out and say, nobody else is HOK, y'all. It's just me. So when Shaka is saying he's beaten HOK, I believe he's talking about Sonetta. Fact for fact. Notice how Sonetta doesn't want a debate with Shaka and Dugu Kemet over the facts. Notice that. I'm sure Shaka would love it. Absolutely. I think he'd be, tantalated by that idea. Like, wow, damn, this sounds like something good here. I haven't seen something this good since last week when I had a 5-star dinner. I mean, I think Shaka would take this extremely tantalizing, the idea of debating Sonetta on any discussion, anyone. It don't matter if it's about pedophiles on Sonetta's platform, or if it's about alleged scammers on his platform, or if it's about rapists, known rapists that have been on his platform. You see what I'm saying? I'm sure Shaka would love to take that up. Would Sonetta accept? I don't think so. I doubt it. But it would be the best debate since he is used to giving the debates. I'm going to say this. My observation, I used to give Sonetta a lot more credit, but my observation is he's breaking down. And my observation is without the people that go to his panel, he's nothing. He needs those people. Those people make his panel. And if they think they don't deserve better, then they should just not demand better and stick with it. But I would tell you, I think a lot of these people deserve better. And many have left and told people that they deserve better, man. The community deserves better. I mean, can you really be about community when this is your common language? This is your common reaction. The common thing people are accusing you of is being down with pedophiles and rapists and scammers. And then you even go out and say things like this. This is what they know.
The thing I can tell you, brother, is black people, we ain't shit, man. Our people ain't shit. Black people ain't shit, bro. We can talk about this white man all day. But nah, man, black people.
Don't that seem a little enthusiastic? A little enthusiastic? A little comfortable with saying that? Just a little comfortable. So what experience does this man who makes this comment, what experience does he live on a day-to-day that would lead him to black people ain't shit? We ain't shit. What's the experience? I mean, it's not everybody saying that over their YouTube channels, but it's him saying it. He came out and doubled down on it. How do you lead and hold debates when this is what you do?
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
Now, he wasn't saying that a year ago. A year ago, he was bragging about Shaka. He was bragging about how good Shaka is with the metal netter. and even put him at a tie between Jabari, who is basically somebody who he runs after. It appears to be, you know, I mean, it just appears that way. I don't know if that's what it is. He basically said Shaka was the best. Yes, that's what he did. He had so many gracious words for Shaka when Shaka went up on his panel for the first time. Even other people like Jabari, listen to this. Look at this. Look, let me take this down off the screen. Let me present one more video here. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But let me present one more video here. If I go here, this is ridiculous. I mean, I don't know how bad the beatdown have to be figuratively, but I mean, it's getting really embarrassing because his main associates just a year ago say the exact opposite. What happened? What happened? Let's listen.
Yeah.
Let me say this before I go. You are one of the most dangerous brothers in our community. Why? Because he has been listening for a long time, and when you say something, he's going to say, "Wait, but you said this on this day. Here's the video."
And he's going to have the documentation.
He is one of the most dangerous brothers in our community. And so I'm excited that you're here. I'm excited that Soneta's audience now knows about you. He was talking to me about Shaka. I thought he was talking about Shaka almost for a second. Because Soneta love him some Shaka Ma'at forever. He was talking to me about Shaka. I thought he was talking about Shaka almost for a second. Because Soneta love him some Shaka Ma'at forever. He was talking to me about Shaka. I thought he was talking about Shaka almost for a second. Because Soneta love him some Shaka Ma'at forever.
What happened? What happened? What happened to that? What happened to that? That's it. Let me look at the date. No, this is just yesterday. I forget what this original date where this comment was made was on Shaka's panel. It was on Shaka's panel. Shaka is the guy to the left here, up on the top of the screen. Jabari is the guy to the bottom on the right of the screen. And that is a person that's very close to Soneta. That is the person that Soneta has rated as the highest in terms of the Medu Neter, in terms of knowledge of Kemet. And he himself ranked Shaka as equal. In fact, he's made so many other flattering statements about Shaka just a year ago, but it seemed to go bad because Shaka started asking about the rumors of people on his panel. From day one, from the first time he'd been on his panel, he's been talking about it. And things didn't turn out too well ever since then. It's been pretty bad for Shaka. I mean, he's been treated very unfairly. He hasn't been treated like a brother. If you claim to be representing Black people or African people or whatever, just Black people, Shaka's family is from Haiti. His family migrated to France. You see? I mean, is he not a brother that's deserving of a little more fairness? Let's think about if that was you. Let's think about if that was you. Have you ever been treated unfairly? Even among your own people that you live? Of course you have. You see, I've been treated unfairly. I've grown up in a situation where I had to deal with racism, but I also had to deal with jealousy from some of my own, or not even just jealousy all the time, just maybe some bad behavior here and there, maybe some poor way of dealing with things here and there. You see what I mean? Where we don't treat each other so nicely. You see what I'm saying? And, I think to some degree, I'm speaking only to rational people here. You can easily come to a conclusion that Shaka is not a person that is going to just lie for you or make up things for you or carry somebody else's dirty bathwater for them. He's not going to do that. So here's the information for what it is. Just before Shaka started talking about pedophilia, rape, and scamming on Sa-Neter's platform, this is what the folks were saying.
He was talking to me about Shaka. I thought he was talking about Shaka almost for a second. Because Sa-Neter love him some Shaka Ma'at forever. So I'm just honored that now we have a more global. I know Rob Moore was kind of making a joke.
Now you see, before Shaka started talking about rape and pedophilia and scamming from Sa-Neter's platform, persons associated with his platform that he promotes on his platform, all these people were praising Shaka. All of them. Let me go back to play this. I know y'all getting a little bored, but let me play this video.
You are nuts. All right, I'm getting ready to leave. I'm come on now. Let's go. Come on over to the dumpster. I'm gonna give y'all a couple of more minutes. The link is in the chat. Come to the dumpster. The link is in the chat, family. I'm gonna show y'all something, right? All right, let me exit out of here so I can go in because I don't want to be long. But you know, we always be strong. All right, let me get up out of the Sa-Neter Studios. Remove off of the Sa-Neter Studios. Okay, we are here. All right, boys and girls. We are here at the dumpster. KD Michelle, shout out to you, Queen, and happy belated birthday to you, my sister. You know I made a big mistake doing that, you know, so thank you for accepting the apology on that. All right, man. So here we are today, family. I want to show you real quick Shaka Dudu. So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
Now, here's the thing. A reasonable person, right, would say to themselves, you know what? That was foul as hell what I said. And I disgrace my platform for even saying such a thing. Even if I thought it, even if I was angry, I have enough respect for my platform and the listeners to never hear me utter such disgusting things ever about another Black person. Even just another person, because let's be honest, you actually make it look bad by doing that. You make consciousness look bad by doing that. You make it look unconscious. You make it look raunchy. You make it look like you don't have any self-respect. So it's not even about, are you hateful of Shaka? Do you not like him playing your own words? Do you not like him speaking truth and facts about you? Because you have had rapists on your platform, because you have had scammers on your platform, allegedly, but you know about all the people that have complained about Polite scamming them through, and they met him on your platform. You know, you should be able to take criticism. But apparently that criticism led him to
So
this.
fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
Let's keep playing.
What Shaka Dudu does is he bring people, he'll try to get people to come on his platform, and then he would practically beg them beg them and try to force them to say, yes, Sonetta's a pedophile. And some people go for it. Some people do that. But here's the first clip. Let's check this out. Should I show that or should I show the other one? Yes, I'm going to show that first. Let's go ahead and do this.
You could have not played any of that at all, and I would have called Sonetta a pedophile because he was defending.
Now, here we go. Now, I was there. I was in the chat. I was watching this dialogue. And I've watched other dialogues with Shaka. Even how I felt like, damn, this man is really working hard to not just give an answer to Shaka's question. And only in the end, Shaka just kept on playing. He said, okay, well, what do you think about this then? You know, he asked him several different ways. And to be honest, the man didn't make a clear statement. And the reason why I say this until the end, but the reason why I say this is because, let's be honest, you should be reserved over the internet. If you want to make an accusation about somebody, you should be reserved quite naturally. Only a person with common sense would want to be reserved. But then to go back and say, you know, you was being clear about it. No, you were not being clear about it. You see, which is where Shaka persisted in wanting you to be clear. Do you think or do you not think? Now think about this rationally. He didn't say you could think Sonetta's not, that you couldn't think that Sonetta's not a pedophile. He didn't say you should think he was a pedophile. Shaka's never called Sonetta a pedophile. What he asked the brother is a basic question. Yes or no? What do you think? You could have easily said you don't think he is because you went back on Sonetta's platform and changed your mind and said, I don't think he is. But what made you say he was? Who can make you say that another man is a pedophile, is a rapist, or anything dastardly, even promotes pedophiles? What can make you say that? Who can make you say that? Can another man make you say that? Come on, y'all. Grow some nuts. No other man can make you say what you said. No other man. You what is this? You don't have no cognitive thinking skills? You can't just shut it down and say, look, I answered your question. That's all I'm going to say. You could say that if you want to put your foot down. But in this case, the brother didn't even want to put his foot down on yes or no. So it took forever. But here, I don't even think he shows the whole thing. He doesn't. He starts off right here in the middle, damn near. But let's play it.
Polite. Like you didn't let me get to the point. Like Sonetta.
Fine. Now that we heard him defending Malachi Yo for 10 minutes straight, what's your take on Sonetta? I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm just asking you.
Family, real quick. I did not defend Dr. Malachi York 10 minutes straight. What the dumb fool don't understand is that Suge edited the video to make it long.
Listen, y'all. Suge may have edited that video, but there's not one part of that video where he says the same thing twice. There's not one part of that video that replays. Nothing. You know, look, Sonetta's a stickler for accuracy. Okay. Well, if it's not 10 minutes, it's 9 minutes. What difference do it make? Even if it's 1 minute, what difference do it make? What difference does it actually make? It makes zero difference. Why don't you just say you respected the man? Why don't you just say you respected Dr. York and you don't believe that he did that? You could say that in 2 seconds. But yet you got a video where you're sitting up here for damn near 10 minutes, if not 10 minutes, where you're giving excuses on why you believe he didn't do it. That's the point. You gave excuses for why you did not think Dr. York committed those crimes. Many excuses. You debated another person that was flat out telling you he's a pedophile, and you were arguing the exact opposite position. What difference does it make if it was 10 minutes or 7 minutes or 8 minutes or 5 minutes or 2 minutes? What difference does it make? It makes no difference. You could always come out on your channel and say, hey, just to make it clear, because I've been hearing this feedback, y'all, I believe Dr. York did what they said he did. I believe he was a pedophile, and I believe he raped those kids. And I'm sorry to see that exist within our community, but let it be a learning lesson to all of us. That's what a responsible platform owner that's supposed to be doing something for the community does. But that's not what you did. So you can't complain. You can't complain that other people are a little in doubt about what your position is on pedophiles.
That's why you hear him saying the same thing over to make it long. He's a dumb nigga. Let's continue. Look at how he's trying to get the brother to say it.
You could have not played any of that at all, and I would have called Sonetta a pedophile because he was defending polite. Like, you didn't let me get to the point. Like, Sonetta.
Fine.
They said I defended polite. How come nobody shows when?
So the conversation just went from Dr. York. Everybody's seen the video. Matter of fact, let me just go find the video for folks, just so everybody can see. There is actually a real video. Let's see here. Sonetta defending Dr. York. Jesus, man, this is really getting long-winded, yo. Just on and on and on, same little silly story. You can clear it up by just, Okay, here we go. Let me just pull this up on the screen here, y'all. And you tell me. Now, I'm gonna measure it before I play it. 7:35. Man. Look, it's damn near 2 minutes. I mean, it really is. Here, let me put this in the chat, and I'm going to play it. I mean, this is the man. He's like, it's crazy. Hold on, here it is. Let me see. Here is Sonetta defending Dr. York for 10 minutes. I mean, excuse me if it's 9 minutes and 99 seconds. I don't know, or 69, whatever, 59 seconds. Excuse me if it's, but it's real. It's not something fabricated. It's real. Look, let me bring it up on the screen so y'all can see for yourself. There's nothing in here that is re-edited. There's nothing in here that is played twice. He's not making these statements here twice. Look at this. Can y'all see the screen? Can y'all see the screen? Can y'all hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me also. Press 1 if you can hear me in the chat. Look at the screen. Look, starts here. Let's say 7:41. That's 7 minutes and 36 seconds. Starts there in the video. Now let's go here. Okay, there's a few little commentaries here and there, but here, let's go. Let's say here. So let's play it. I hope y'all can hear it.
Why don't you accuse Malachi York of rape? Are you a Nubian?
Let me ask you a question.
Hey, Neniola.
That Dr. York went up in court and admitted that he was guilty. Am I correct?
He copped out. He didn't go to trial. He copped out.
Did you see the video?
Did I see the video of the? I seen a few videos with him in court. What that mean? He got drugged.
What did he cop out to, Poppy?
He copped out to.
This is Sonetta explaining why he doesn't believe Dr. York did it. Pay attention.
All of those charges.
Oh, and put your stopwatch on, everybody. Let me bring it back. Let me bring it back because somebody want to be a stickler for minutes. So let's be real about it here. And guess what? The conversation happened even before you were about to hear it. You see what I'm saying? So let me put my stopwatch on. Let me see something, y'all. Stop. Watch. What the fuck? Excuse me. I'm sorry. Where's my? All right, here we go. Let's play it now. Everybody got your stopwatch ready? 1, 2, 3.
Are you a Nubian?
ask you a question. You keep saying that Dr. York went up in court and admitted that he was guilty. Am I correct?
He copped out. He didn't go to trial. He copped out.
Did you see the video?
Did I see the video of the? I seen a few videos with him in court. What that mean? He got drugged.
What did he cop out to, Poppy?
He copped out to all of those charges. The charges, not tax evasion, not that. Like Prince York tried to say, he copped out to all of those charges.
So 50 Frankie,
and the reason why
he edited the video to make it long, and all the time through the video.
Now hold on.
You are
Now, what did he cop out to though? What was the charges for him copping out?
Child molestation.
No. What was the time? What was the time that he will get if he cop out?
The time that they gave him over 100 years.
Now, Pop. Reason.
So
let's deal with some real truth for a minute.
you have the link to this
if
video.
a man would cop out to 200.
Actually, if the video was edited,
come on, Pop.
then the conversation was longer.
Nothing to lose. Why would he cop out?
But he said that the video was edited to make it long. How is it long when we hear the whole
He
conversation?
would go to trial.
There's no
When you
sentences
look
that are
at the
repeated.
case, you will see
50
that
Frankie.
Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of mind.
All
brother.
right.
Come on, man. When you look at the case, you will see that Dr. York is definitely not in his right state of
He made trip on that replay. Take the few
Okay, now those few seconds of where it slowed down right there, we will allot some seconds to it. So don't worry. Let's be fair.
seconds off and tell us how many minutes you defended Malachi York for.
Y'all hate so
Tell
damn
us.
much. Hold on, Poppy.
When
Hold
you
on.
guys
Hold
was
on.
busted, yeah.
Y'all hate so much, and you want to prove that he's that y'all going along everything with the damn white man told you. If the white man is the fucking
So, in Sarnetta's own words, if you believe that Dr. York molested those children, then you're listening to the white man. You're just simply listening to everything the white man says. But is that not in conflict with this? Is this not in conflict with what he just said before that? My God, I have to keep going back to this. Sorry, what did I remove this video, or is it this one?
If Polite did that to them little girls, he need to be put under jail, set in front of a long. He's a dumb nigga. Let's continue. Look at how he's trying to get the brother to say it.
You could have not played any of that at all, and I would have called Sarnetta a pedophile because he was defending Polite. Like, you didn't let me get to the point. Like, Sarnetta.
Fine.
They said I defended Polite. How come nobody shows when I said if Polite did that to them little girls, he need to be put under jail, set in front of a firing squad?
Whatever happened about Dr. York, fool? He's described, listen to this. He's describing a indifference that this man is having with Shaka about how he's being asked about Sarnetta defending Dr. York. And then they just flipped the whole subject over to Polite. He said he was not defending Dr. York for 10 minutes. We just heard. You could play the video for yourself. You could play it for yourself. Listen, here we go.
Video for 10 minutes straight. What's your take on
for it? Some people do that. But here's the first clip. Let's check this out. Should I show that or should I show the other one? Yes, I'm going to show that first. Let's go ahead and do this.
You could have not played any of that at all, and I would have called Sarnetta a pedophile because he was defending Polite. Like, you didn't let me get to the point. Like,
so the offense is that he would have called Sarnetta a pedophile anyway because he was defending Polite, right? But why not just say Sarnetta is this? Why not just make a statement? You don't have to go around it and try to be ambiguous about what you mean. Shaka wants a yes or no. Fool, this is debate league. This is adult league where you answer questions affirmatively. Yes or no. You don't always have to go to some well, if you play this video and I would have said it a long time ago, fool, just say it. Just spit it out. And spit it out, yes or no. And by the way, you're being told you don't have to even think that in the first place. So he left here saying Sonetta was a pedophile, that he believed it. Then he goes back to Sonetta's platform and says, oh, I want to apologize to you. Okay, what did you miss? This is crazy. This is ridiculous, man. And, maybe the brother shouldn't have gone out there and talked about things, made accusations about things he doesn't really know about 100%. But that's on him. Nobody forces you to have an opinion. You can't be a grown ass man and say that somebody across the sea force you to say something in a quick what is this about? It sounds to me like it's about no accountability and some sort of poor behavior where you feel like you can't call out your own people when they do foul shit.
Okay, fine. Now that we heard him defending Malachi York for 10 minutes straight, what's your take on Sonetta? I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm just asking you.
See, now he already had asked the man in simple language before plenty of times, and the man would not say yes or no. He wouldn't make a clear statement like, I believe Sonetta is this, or I don't believe Sonetta is this. You see how fast that happens? And after listening to this man go in circles, then Shaka played him the 10-minute video just so he wouldn't be able to say, and anybody else wouldn't be able to say, they never seen it before. And then he asked him the same question again. And look at this. Look at it.
Family, real quick. I did not defend Dr. Malachi York 10 minutes straight. What the dumb fool don't understand is that Suge edited the video to make it long.
So how many minutes did you defend Dr. Malachi York? And do you still defend him? Very simple.
That's why you hear him saying the same thing over to make it long. He's a dumb nigga.
No, did you hear him say the same thing over and over and over in that video? Have you heard him say the same thing over and over and over? I haven't. It's one clip that he's playing straight.
Let's continue. Look at how he's trying to get the brother to say it.
You could have not played any of that at all, and I would have called Sonetta a pedophile because he was defending polite. Like, you didn't let me get to the point. Like,
so check this out. He already said he would have called him that because he was defending polite. But then when he sees a 10-minute or 8-minute video, whatever you want to call it, a clear video of minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes where he's defending polite, suddenly that changes his mind. He don't have enough evidence. I mean, it makes no sense.
Okay, fine. They said I defended polite. How come nobody shows when I said if Polite did that to them little girls, he need to be put under jail, set in front of a firing squad, or chained up next to Dr. York? So my people know I did not defend Polite when this came out. So what I said was, I'm going to wait until the results come out, being a smart man, being professional, not assuming things like all of them. So I'm not wrong for that. Tazariak did the same thing. Shaka Dudu did the same thing. Divine Prospect said it and did the same thing. These people that we know of, they all said and did the same thing. Check. All right. So let's hear him.
Now that we heard him defending Malachi York for 10 minutes straight, what's your take on Sonetta? I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm just asking your opinion.
My opinion is the same as I said in the beginning. If you're defending a pedophile such as he's doing right now, then you have a pedophile tendency. You're a pedophile yourself.
Can you just say his name for the record? Because you said Elijah Muhammad's name, so can you just say Sonetta's name and just finish your statement?
Everybody that know me know I don't bite my tongue for anybody. Sonetta, and if it was the Pope, if it was Malcolm, I don't give a damn who it is. Yeah. I got daughters. So I don't.
No, but brother, it was Sonetta defending Malachi York on tape. So what's your take on Sonetta?
Clearly he was defending him, and clearly everybody knows that Malachi York was convicted of molestation and child child
so what's
abuse.
Your take on Sonetta? What's your take on Sonetta, brother?
He's a sick motherfucker.
But he's not a pedophile.
I just said that 3 or 4 times that he's a pedophile. What do you mean?
Okay. Just say his name and just finish your sentence.
Hey, listen, brother. Listen. When you get done with your
Elijah
live stream,
Muhammad,
come back.
with Elijah Muhammad,
You'll see that
you were quick
hey,
to
listen. In this live stream right here, I guarantee you, and I'll bet you money right now, that I've already said he is a pedophile. Sonetter. I said that already.
Okay, thank you, brother. Thank you. Now stay with us, brother. Stay with us.
Now listen, I've never said that he is that. You know, there's been a lot of people saying it. You know, and there's people that have entered into this debate saying it. There's many people. There's people that's been on this platform that said it. You know, they said it on it. They said it off the air. Then they gone back to his platform, and it's been like the commentary from some like myself has been, why would you go back to a man's platform that you have these thoughts about? Why? You know, and you don't get an answer. You don't really get an answer, not a clear answer, not an answer that washes in my brain, you know, but nobody forces someone to say something like that. There's some people that have this thought where they say, if you are defending, if you're defending Dr. York, you must be, or you are a pedophile. Hey, you might believe that, but saying it, is that true? If you defend Dr. York, are you one? Are you? Or are you just a person that's mistaken about his case? You could also be mistaken about his case, right? So no one's forcing you to say anything. It's your own observation that you're offering. You're being asked your observation. When you're asked your observation and you're a grown person, you give your observation. That's just what you give. You don't give anything else.
That's not my statement. That's your statement.
Listen, I'm not saying he's a convicted pedophile or nothing like that.
I understand.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that if anybody comes into the defense of a child molester, I look at him in the exact same manner that I look at the child molester himself.
So y'all hear the sucker. Y'all hear.
So it's not a difference of the facts. It's just now the words change slightly. You know, you could always say he's not convicted of that crime, you know, and but my feeling is that he must be. That's okay to say. That doesn't mean you know. You see, and that's really what it comes down to. But
just say his name, brother. Come on, brother. I need you to say his name. Just come on, say it. He does that to everybody. But guess what I did?
But you want to be clear on what somebody's saying. So what? You don't want to be clear? You rather have it be said the other way and there's no problem with it? As the man stated, he already said it without even seeing the 10-minute video. He already felt that about this man based on his behavior regarding Polite, based on his back and forth, changing his mind about Polite, what to do about Polite. You know, Polite. Even though he went out and said himself that Polite was a little Dr. York. You see? I mean, you know, there it is. It's like he's gone back and forth. Then he's gone back and said he only said that because he was mad and angry. Okay, that's what you say. But how are people supposed to get a clear comment from you on the matter? You can't blame people for listening and taking away whatever they take away from what you said. Otherwise, don't say it.
Me and the brother contacted me. And he said, he admitted that he was wrong for even doing that. He contacted me out of nowhere. I didn't look him down. I didn't search for him. The brother contacted me. And so he will be on the show in a couple of minutes. Let me give him a call. See, I even got his number because he contacted me. And so this gonna hurt this nigga doo-doo. This shit, it always backfire. It always backfire on the nigga because the brother is like, you know what? I was wrong for that. I can't just come out and say something that is a pedophile. Why would I do that? Because people saying that. So let me call the brother up.
So in his take on it, Sonetta's take on it is that this man said it just because other people saying it. That's his take on it. Because, but that man didn't say that he's saying it just because other people saying it. He said it was based on polite. So let's go.
And he will come on and clear that up. Let's get him in here. He always exposes himself trying to expose me. Let's go.
Please leave your message for.
All right, let me let him know he got the link. Yo, you got the link, bro.
My bad. Oh, okay. I didn't see it. Yeah, keep in mind I had eye surgery, so my phone.
Oh, okay. You got the link.
Going to my email now.
All right, my man. Let me go.
I don't see it.
I just sent it.
I see.
Okay, got you. See? So the nigga really is like, damn, man. So we're gonna see what the brother say for himself. You know, Shaka Doodoo, he begs people to say it. He twists the words. So we're going to see the same thing that he said.
Did you ever hear Shaka say to this man anywhere, I'm begging you, please, brother, please just say Sa Neter is a pedophile. Please, brother, please. No. I mean, and this is the thing about dumbing down people. You know, we have to learn to insist that we give our best, you know, when we're approaching these kind of issues. Think of it as a public statement is just as serious as a statement you make to the police when it's regarding these serious type of allegations. And the reason why is because you can be sued civilly even if you're not charged criminally. If you say things that you cannot back up yourself, that doesn't mean you don't think them, though. You see? So I don't see really where the contradiction is here. I think anytime a person goes over to a platform and says, yeah, based on what I saw about Polite, anybody who defended, he basically is saying that Sa Neter defended Polite, right? They hopped from Dr. York to Polite instantly. When the question was about Dr. York, seeing the videos and what does he think about that? What does he think of Sa Neter? That was the clear question. He can answer it any way that he wants, and he needs to answer the question how he wants to, not how someone else wants you to, right? I mean, you're just going to flip like that? I mean, is that how you're going to do it? You know, if you talk to the police or you talk to a judge in a civil matter, you're just going to flip like that? All of a sudden, oops, I didn't mean to say that. That's not what I meant. No, this brother said a lot.
Defended Polite. I defended Dr. York. Press 7, everybody. All right. Hey, my brother, can you turn on the camera so that people can see that that's you? So they know that's you? Because you know how Negroes are. That ain't him. That was somebody else. Unmute yourself, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do that. But I'm going to cut it right back off, man, because I'm not.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. You can cut. Right, I got you. You can cut it back off.
Yeah. But it's me, y'all. Y'all remember me. That's me.
Yeah.
What's happening with y'all?
Brother, is it all right if I play the video? I'm going to play the and then you can respond after that, right?
Yeah.
Right, here we go.
Could have not played any.
You can see how he begs the brother Israel, beg him, please say his name. Say his name. He do that to everybody.
You didn't hear him say, please, brother, say his name. He didn't.
At all, and I would have called Sa Neter a pedophile because he was defending Polite. Like, you didn't let me get to the point. Like, Sa Neter.
Fine. Now that we heard him defending Malachi York for 10 minutes straight, what's your take on Sa Neter? I'm not asking you to say anything. I'm just asking your opinion.
My opinion is the same as I said in the beginning. If you defending a pedophile such as he's doing right now, then you have a pedophile tendency. You're a pedophile yourself.
Now, Israel, I want to ask you, my brother, have you ever heard me say, because I said it damn near over 20 times, have you ever heard me say that if Polite is found guilty, they need to lock him up next to Dr. York, and they need to put him in front of a firing squad?
I can't say as to what I remember you saying verbatim about it, but that's what brought me back to, you know what I'm saying, to contact you after the fact, right?
Right.
Because I like to be about my work.
What does this have to do with his opinion of Dr. York? See, he's apologizing based on what he thought about Polite. When is he going to talk about the real issue, which was him actually defending Dr. York for 10 minutes? Where is that wrong? Where is that wrong at? Does it mean that you're a pedophile if you defend Dr. York for 10 minutes? I don't think it necessarily means that. I stated that. I think there could be other possibilities, like maybe you're not as informed if you're defending, which obviously Sonetta was doing for 10 minutes or close to 10 minutes. He could have said, I changed my mind about Dr. York. I've never heard any videotape of him saying he changed his mind about Dr. York. Dr. York did it. He never said Dr. York actually did what he was accused of doing. I've never heard a clear statement from Sonetta based on that, but they talking about what his comment on what he could do with Polite. Yeah, but he's flip-flopped with Polite so many times. He's even stated to the people that he said things to Polite, like calling him little baby Dr. York out of anger. And then he's taking it back. He did all of that right before Polite was headed to be sentenced. Just the week up to that. So when you go out publicly and you call somebody little Dr. York, then they get charged with a crime of sexual assault against a 14-year-old. And the 14-year-old is the woman who he claims is his wife or one of his wives. Is he a little Dr. York? But Sonetta said he changed his mind, though. He only said it because he was mad. So now that he is convicted, what's your thoughts? What is your thoughts on Polite? Nobody's asking you if he was convicted. He was convicted. What's your thoughts now, Sonetta? Should he see the firing squad or not? Or did you change your mind? Because you could change your mind, as you have stated before. You've stated numerous times that you've been wrong about people. You said after you made the public, you released somebody released this paperwork on the Mighty Hebrew on your platform, through your platform. You've addressed it. You spoke on your platform. You said that he was convicted of rape. By the way, we're not talking about statutory either. We're talking about physically entering into another human being without their dissent, with them saying, no, stop. And you did it anyway because you overpowered them physically. We're not talking about an age discrepancy of two people that like each other. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about something violent. And if you read all the charges, you would know that. Well, then later, Sonetta came out and said, hey, he's just friends. They all cool. Sometimes brothers go at each other like that. Don't quote me, but something to that degree. That's what actually happened. So again, what's his word worth? Is his word really worth anything?
Word, and I like to be a stand-up person. You feel me?
That's what's up,
so I wasn't going to slide in your DMs and apologize to you, you know what I'm saying, about anything. If I was going to choose to do that, I'm going to do it.
Look, if I call somebody a pedophile or a rapist over the internet and I didn't have the conclusive proof myself, I would probably apologize, because you could get your ass in a civil court that way. You can be sued, but you can't be sued for what you believe. You can always say, I believe. You can't be sued. It's just a belief. You could also say, I don't have all the facts, but from the ones I do have, I believe. You could also say, judging from a pattern, I believe. You can't be sued. But that's not what this brother said. This brother said he's a pedophile. And he said it and explained why he thought so.
Openly, like I did when I said what I said. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
now, where does this brother say Shaka and Ndugu Kemet made me say it?
So you go ahead and you let me know how you want to lead this.
Okay, let me.
But I don't remember exactly what you said, but I know it was not something that confirmed what Polite did. I do know that.
Yeah, but I mean, people know.
Did you hear that? He just said the statement that Sa Neter made was not one that confirmed that Polite did it. So where is the confirmation? Where's the statement that he believes Polite did that? Nobody's asking if he did it. We know he did it. We know he's in jail for it. We know that. There's more evidence about this case. What do you think? It was the white man, Sa Neter, that made up the DNA? What do you think? It's but you didn't think it was the white man when you went out in public and said he was little Dr. York. Was that the white man, or was that your little white ass brain? Which one was it? Who does these things? Is it the white man, or is it your black ass? I think it's your black ass, to be honest. I really do. Because I heard it come out of your mouth, your own mouth. What I never heard come out of your own mouth is an apology to the public for even having scammers and rapists on your platform, known ones that even you say are scammers, that even you say are basically pedophiles. Because I'm presuming that's what you mean when you say a little Dr. York. Is that what you mean or what? But you defended Dr. York for damn near 10 minutes, if not 10 minutes, more than a minute, more than 2 minutes, more than 3 minutes, more than 4 minutes. You see how none of this shit adds up? Is that accountability? Is that responsibility to the public? I wouldn't call it that.
Hey, family, I need y'all to type in 7 if y'all heard me say that. I said that like damn near 20 times, damn near every other day. I would get on my channel.
You see? He said so many times, damn near every other day, if Polite is convicted. Okay, so what about the every other day after his ass is in jail? Make a statement about that. Do you believe he did it? Or do you think he's innocent, Sa Neter? Do you think the white man set him up? Or do you think the white man locked his ass up, or anybody? It's not even the white man. There's people, all kinds of people working on that case that probably ain't even white. You see what I'm saying? You know, when was the last court you went into where everybody was fucking white? You see, the police was white, the judge was white, the investigators was white, the detectives was white, the people that work in the lab was white, just all white.
And I will say that. And now let me finish.
That's consistent to what I do remember, because I do remember you saying, that would go into what I do remember would line up, because I do remember you saying that I'm just not gonna jump out the window.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Yes. So yeah.
But guess who else said that, bro?
So you're gonna jump out the window now? Is it jumping out of the window? He's been convicted. Polite is convicted of sexual assault against a 14-year-old. It's been described through the court records. It was said to you by the mother. She described the heinous acts and how she felt. She described your friend, Polite, your business associate, whatever you want to call it, as taking the first chance alone with her daughter to assault her. The first opportunity, the first time. I haven't seen no video saying, hey, Polite, this is what I think about you. And this is why. No, just the other day, he was on his platform bragging about how Polite was the best debater he had. The best. So, that's a strange kind of thing to be saying about a person. You know, that's not that doesn't sound like you think he's a pedophile, unless you think like highly of pedophiles' debating skills. You want to promote pedophiles again? He's locked up and you're promoting him on your channel, fool. That's the point. And to Israel, yo, I get you 100%, but brother, stand on your words. Don't ever claim that another man that lives across the ocean forced you to say any goddamn thing. Do you know how ridiculous that is? What the hell? What if he was in your face? What would he get you to do? Come on. Like, damn, yo, I never seen this before.
And when you was on his stream, he cut it. He ain't want you saying that. Well, we're gonna finish this one first. Look,
he make it seem like Shaka pulled out a gun and was like, "You gonna say this or else?" I mean, damn. You never had anybody ask you any critical questions before?
Can you just say his name for the record? Because you said Elijah Muhammad's name, so can you just say Saneta's name and just finish your statement?
Everybody that know me know I don't bite my tongue for anybody. Saneta, and if it was the Pope, if it was Malcolm, I don't give a damn who it is. Yeah. I got daughters. So I don't.
No, but brother, it was Saneta defending Malachi York on tape. So what's your take on Saneta?
Clearly he was defending.
You hear how many times Shaka directed him to the tape and wanted to know his comments, you know? And it's like, okay, give your comment on that. Still, they just flipped right off of that one.
And clearly everybody knows that Malachi York was convicted of molestation and child child
abuse. What's your take on Saneta, brother?
He's a sick motherfucker.
But he's not a pedophile.
I just said that 3 or 4 times that he's a pedophile.
Now, just so you guys understand the context here, there are people that have been, Saneta, mainly one, he's the main one, who brought up in his own defense, he suddenly brought up Elijah Muhammad, the leader of the Nation of Islam, the past leader of the Nation of Islam, right? One of the original founders, you could say, right? You could say spiritual leader to a large regard, because in a lot of ways, for a lot of people, that's what he was. Saneta, because he's been getting so much heat about pedophiles, he brought up Elijah Muhammad's name in defense of himself, right? There's a distraction, it seems like, because all of a sudden he want to talk about somebody who's just been dead 50, how many years? 4, 5 decades, right? Now, and people asked, people wanted to know. There was even a debate. This is where it's coming from. There was a debate on Shaka's panel, on Shaka's program recently, just in the last week or two, right? And this man is a part of it. The point is this: Elijah Muhammad was never convicted. Just like this man just said, right? He just said this, He mentioned it himself. He says, if a man is not convicted, you shouldn't go out there. Something to that. I'm going to rewind it. And guess what? Shaka was saying this about Elijah Muhammad. This was the point. He's never been convicted of rape. He's never been convicted of statutory rape. Those are the facts. Rape is rape. Statutory rape is statutory rape in the criminal code. Now, you could argue that they're the same thing, but in the criminal code, they mean different things. They're both violations, however, and both can get your ass locked up today. Rape could get your ass locked up back then, right? Statutory rape, Shaka's been asking everybody, so how old were they? And when you come out and you speak about somebody like this man just did, he said Elijah Muhammad was, right? Even Saneta says so, basically, or he sounds like he's saying it, right? The difference here is just a slight thing. You can believe anything you want about anybody, but when you have a platform and you go out and say it, it becomes something else. You need to watch what you say and be accurate about what you say, because no one is making you say it. You can believe anything you want. Saying what you believe is not affirming that a person did those things. You're allowed to say that, what you think, what you believe. When you state someone is this, you could open yourself up for civil, action from their family, from their state, whatever. You don't know what it is, especially if they're alive. But in Elijah Muhammad's case, maybe not. Also, because there's still a lot of people. He got family. He has an estate. He has different, things. And there's a lot of people that's not going to take that. They're going to come into the debate and say, okay, well, show me your proof, brother, since you said it. Since you said he's a rapist, show me your proof. And if you don't have the proof, then why would you be saying it? And as you found out, there's a lot of people that have a lot of beliefs, have feelings that he did these things. I'm talking about Elijah Muhammad. But that's not the same as Polite, because Polite has been convicted of these things. It's an affirmative. All the facts have been presented in a court. They are now public. You don't need to guess. When you ask, how old was the girl? You know she was 14. You know how she got how he came to come across this girl that evening. You know all those facts. There's a lot of things people don't know. But what you do know about Elijah Muhammad is that people spoke up about what they suspected and stepped down. But there's never been a conviction, and there's never been a civil hearing saying that he committed, statutory or, assault against them. So that's bad enough. I stated this before. In my view, and it's just my view, and I know things were done a lot differently 5 decades ago. In my view, in the day and time I live in, you shouldn't be trying to get involved personally with anybody that is a business associate, organization associate. And when that happens, it should really be minimal. It's not something you want to involve yourself in. It doesn't turn out well often either. You see what I mean? But in the old days, 50 years ago, people was doing shit differently, to be honest. And that's just how it is. There wasn't even a statute, I believe, a criminal statute about statutory rape. People hadn't even decided in the country what the age should be. And they decided later after, like in the 70s, to make something, more clear. You see? And that's what this is about. When you're on debate platforms, it really does come down to your exact words. Guess what? You may figuratively be onto something and be wrong at the same time and lose based on exactly what you say. So here, I don't know what Sarnetta believes. Does he believe Elijah Muhammad is a rapist? Based on what he's saying? Does he believe Polite is a rapist? Or, based on what he's saying, does he believe Elijah Muhammad committed statutory rape? Based on what he's saying? It's hard to know, because it seems like when he brings up examples, they don't make it totally clear, So you heard what this man thought. Shaka didn't think exactly what this man thought about Elijah Muhammad. Shaka didn't think it. He said it's okay if you call it. You could call it whatever you want. You could call it statutory rape if you want, but Shaka didn't call it any of those things. And I suspect because he likes to have all the facts before he takes a position, an affirmative on something. But Sarnetta has all the facts about Polite. Has he ever made an affirmative answer about that? He has all the paperwork about Dr. York. Has he made an affirmative about that? He was even told in the 10-minute video that we just watched by the person on the other end of the line that the paperwork was out there, and the man was still in doubt. You see, he did not express an affirmative. Yes, he expressed that he didn't believe Dr. York did it, and he even expressed that not only that Dr. York didn't do it, that's what he said, that he expressed, but he also made a long argument about, oh, he just took the plea to get his wives out. It was his wives, brother. You see? So even they don't agree. So what's the common thing here? For me, the common thing is the man made a statement publicly that he wanted to retract. You're always free to do that. But to make the claim that somebody forced you from across the river, and then you claiming you're a man that stands on what you say and nobody can stop you from what you think, sounds a little strange to me. I'm guessing maybe Sonetta said you can't say that or I'm going to sue you. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but I would understand it if he did, because proof is necessary to make statements like that. Or you could open yourself up to civil litigation, which I don't think Sonetta would win in his case, but better to be on the safe side.
Okay. Just say his name and just finish your sentence.
Hey, listen, brother. Listen, when you get done with your
Elijah
live,
Muhammad, with Elijah Muhammad, you were quick to say.
In this live stream right here, I guarantee you, and I'll bet you money right now, that I've already said he is a pedophile. Sonetta, I said that already.
Okay, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Now,
stay with us, brother.
See, that's all he want. He just want you to say that. Say his name, to get everybody to say my name on that. Now, watch this.
But guess what? Why don't you sue his ass if he's wrong? I mean, so what do you do when everybody says something about you on the internet? Like Sonetta describes. He just want everybody to say that. So what do you do? What do you do? If you have a claim, where do you take it? You take it to the civil court or you take it to the police? If you really have a problem with the claim, you see? But I'm almost thinking he doesn't really. I think he's just trying to clear his image up and make it pull one over people's eyes real quick. But,
what's this?
Don't work for everybody.
Watch how he defends Polite right here. Now look at his smiling. This is the first time he met me when I came on this panel, because I was trying to set up a debate with him and Tazari.
Now, this was not the first time. Shaka pointed that out, and I'm sure Shaka's probably going to go live about it. And he's already gone live about it last night and showed it. He showed the other time Sonetta was on his panel or he was on Sonetta's panel. So that's not true. It's a lie. People let Sonetta get away with lies often, and don't hold them to much of a standard. But here's the thing. Again, you can say whatever you believe about somebody, but if you say they are, you could open yourself up to civil litigation if what you say they are is not true. And can you say that a man is something if he's not convicted? Can you say that publicly? A lot of people would tell you it's not advisable because you could open yourself up to civil litigation. And one of the ways you could open up yourself up to litigation, civil litigation, is if the person is around, number one, and doesn't get convicted. Number two, if they don't get convicted of that, you could be liable. Yes, civilly, you could be liable. You see? So,
yeah. So when I hit his panel, look at him. Look at the smile. I was good. And this was not so long ago. I think this was about how long was that again? Y'all family. He knew about the Zodiac thing, what they was talking about. He knew about the Mighty Hebrew, all that. Watch him. Look at the smile. Watch how he defends Polite.
But actually he didn't, because in the videotapes, he's clearly asking about these people. So when you're asking, is it true what they said about Mighty Hebrew? How much do you know about him? Does that sound like you know everything? Or does it sound like you're asking somebody that should know? And he literally asked Sonetta about Mighty Hebrew when he was on his own panel, and he explained it. And he's also said it about the Mighty Hebrew many times. He said it himself. The man was convicted of rape. It's true. The papers are out there. The Mighty Hebrew does not hide that. He admits it. You see?
Yes, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, but for the record, I did state, Sanetta didn't do any of that pedophilia scamming. Now he disagreed, and I proposed to him, look, show the receipts indeed.
See, so right there, he tells you.
So show the receipts, indeed. Show the receipts. Now, is he claiming that Shaka knew about how invested Sanetta is in this? Show the receipts if you know. But so far, nobody could show the receipts. All people could do is show Shaka asking Sanetta directly. Asking him directly.
Yes, Sanetta don't do all that. Sanetta don't do all of that. Show the receipts, indeed. Show the receipts. So that's because he know he's coming on the channel. Now, continue. Listen.
You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
So, I'm trying to be fair. And like I said, a lot of people can predict the future, and they said that Polite will go to jail. I cannot predict the future. His trial, I think, is on February 8th. Let's see. He's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty.
See, Polite's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. So right there,
Yes, he is supposed to be presumed innocent by most people that don't know his ass, but no one is telling the victim to presume him innocent. No one is telling the mother to presume him innocent, and nobody is telling a person that went out on the net a few years before and called him Dr. York, basically called him a pedophile, to presume him as innocent either. No one's asking Sanetta to presume him innocent. But Shaka didn't want to comment on his innocence or not. And all the paperwork was not out when he made this comment. And guess what happened after the paperwork came out? He began to speak a little differently about it. He began to speak about the paperwork. You see, Sanetta also spoke about the paperwork, y'all. There's videos out there of him speaking about the paperwork. I wish I had it. I'm sure Shaka going to bring it up because Shaka keeps all of this stuff. What Sanetta said about the paperwork is he lied on the paperwork. He lied on the DNA evidence publicly. He did not tell the truth about what the paperwork said. Yes, he was inaccurate of sharing and disseminating what the paperwork said. He told people one thing and the paperwork says another. I wonder why.
He's doing the same thing that I was saying. But then now he turns around and try to condemn me for saying I'm going to wait until the trial come up.
But then he left out the part about the DNA evidence being released. And then people being like, that's enough. But it wasn't enough for Sanetta because Sanetta read something different than other people. Sanetta was like, DNA on some, he has a whole nother theory about how the DNA got on her. It's crazy. It's Sanetta in video.
Continue, listen.
Because that Tasha K lady, she had to cough some money for the false allegation she made about Cardi B. She's the one who talked about these things. And I'm not trying to defend anybody. Let's see. Now, if I'm accused, people will not even wait for the trial to say that I'm guilty.
See, people will wait for the trial to say that I'm guilty.
If he is guilty, he's going to have to deal with it. He will not get support from the community. But at least
But actually, he still gets promoted by Sanetta. See, there's a difference. See, there's a clear difference here. Sanetta still plays his videos. Sanetta was out 2 weeks ago with Chief X up there in his video talking about, who is my number one debater though? Don't quote me verbatim. Polite. And then he hits the drop. He goes like this, polite is, and then drop the bomb. Yes, he did. He did do that. So these two, one of these fishes is not like the other. I'll put it to you this way.
Let's wait for the trial because on the other hand, we have those guys who've been convicted for sexual misconduct.
See, he's telling people, but we need to wait for the trial. See, so you were saying that in this video. You said, man, as soon as I knew he had semen stains, I knew he was guilty. Ain't no waiting for the trial.
You see, you caught Sanetta in a lie right there, y'all. Anybody can investigate this. I don't know if Sanetta is trying to say that was his thought, but he's on video not saying that. He's on video. Sanetta's on video talking about the paperwork and the semen stains in a whole different way. Like it's like somehow it's not conclusive. That's what Sarnetta's doing. Yes, I don't know where he gets this from.
Notice he was quiet.
He will not get support from the community. But at least let's wait for the trial, because on the other hand, we have those guys who've been convicted for sexual misconduct.
See, he's telling people, yeah, but we need to wait for the trial. See, so you were saying that in this video. You said, man, as soon as I knew he had semen stains, I knew he was guilty.
So, did Shaka have two different standards? With Elijah Muhammad, he said Elijah Muhammad wasn't convicted of a crime. Elijah Muhammad wasn't, there's no, you know, how old are the girls? He even asked for more information. How old are the girls? Y'all, anybody know the age of them? And can you bring the receipts? The receipts are very important too, since you're talking about something publicly. It actually needs to be known, you see? But you see the contradiction here? Shaka said the same thing about all of them. The ones that were convicted, he stuck to the paperwork and asked, why are you still defending them? The ones that, why do you still have them on your platform? Well, he even found out about the Mighty Hebrew. He didn't even know about all of that shit here. He's asking questions even at this point. He even asked Sarnetta, what's up with Mighty Hebrew? You see what I'm saying? So he didn't know all the facts. And when you bring facts, you might take a different position. But again, he said, if it was him, is everybody going to think he's guilty and try him guilty when he hasn't even gone through the process of a trial and been condemned as guilty or found to be guilty? Are you going to do that? Right? But again, this is before the DNA evidence was released. Yes, it was. There's dates and times to everything.
Ain't no waiting for the trial. Notice he was quiet because he knew he was one of the people that said that as well. Let's wait for the trial. My brother.
Is Shaka and Dugu Kemet one of the people that when the DNA evidence came out, he described the DNA evidence falsely? Sarnetta, did Shaka describe the DNA evidence falsely? No. But did you, Sarnetta? Did you describe the DNA evidence falsely? Were you accurate in your description of the DNA evidence against Brother Polite? Were you accurate in your description of it? I would say far from it. I would even say it was cap. Shaka didn't cap about the DNA evidence, and nobody has to. Nobody has to defend Polite. That's his own ass. Even if you don't even want to speak on it, you can just say that. I don't want to do, I'm not defending his ass. But here's the thing. There was also another statement that Sarnetta did not live up to, which Shaka and Dugu Kemet spoke about regularly. He spoke about regularly. Here, let me see here. Here it is. This is what Jabari said early, as soon as the issue came up, or a little bit after, but before. Check out what Jabari said. I don't think Sarnetta followed his advice because he didn't do what Jabari said. We supported Jabari's statement. Let's check it out.
First, let me say to you, I'm not planning on being here long talking about these issues, but I do want to say to you that there have been a number of things that have occurred that are quite concerning, that I'm sure that you are aware of. I really need to say to you that first, let's begin with the allegations, and the arrest and the subsequent arrest of Brother Polite. It is so important for us to acknowledge that the charges that have been levied against Brother Polite, and in fact his subsequent arrest, are very serious. They're very serious. And I do know that there are some of you who would like to say that that we should simply wait until all of this is adjudicated in court. And clearly, I think that we should recognize that, of course, it is going to be adjudicated in court. Of course it is. Of course, this is something that is so serious that the allegations are so vile that they will be adjudicated in court. It is not our role to convict Brother Polite before that occurs. However, I'm going to say to you, when the allegations are as serious as they are, we need to take them seriously. And in taking them seriously, I think it should be pretty clear that we should expect Brother Polite to be on timeout. At the very least. At the very least, he needs to sit down and not do the things that he'd been doing. I think that I've been concerned by some of there's only one way to call it, flossing that he's been doing on social media during this time.
Now, notice, did he say he was guilty? Did he say he was that? And he even said to his brother, Sarnetta, that Polite should be on timeout. Did we not say this? We said we agreed with that. Thank you, Jabari. Polite should be on timeout. That means he shouldn't be up on your platform. Excuse me. You shouldn't be promoting him, and you need to make a responsible statement to the public. You see what I'm saying? And Sarnetta did not stick with that. He flip-flopped back and forth with, is he going to talk to Polite and have Polite on his panel? Or is he going to have Polite on the phone on his panel? Or is he not? He flip-flopped on that. You see, which looked a little strange. And he flip-flopped on his words all the way up until he actually was incarcerated. And still, where is the affirmative statement that he believes Polite did this? It's called standards, keeping the same standards. That's what it's about. Look, I agree with this statement here. Once there is DNA confirmation, you're guilty. Pretty much, I agree with that. It depends on what type of DNA evidence. I'm just talking generally. I'm not talking about specifically to Polite. But in Polite's case, the DNA evidence was shocking. It was shocking. And even without the DNA evidence, should he not take a timeout anyway, just over the accusation being taken up by the police seriously? Once you're locked up and given a bond, you see, and told that you're going to go to trial or take a plea, where's the timeout going to kick in? The timeout never kicked in. He never put Polite on timeout. He never made a statement about it. Jabari is about the one person that made the most clear comment, responsible comment, although it was not heeded by Sarnetta. Sarnetta did not heed his words. He did not follow that advice at all.
Do you know, Israel, that he defended Elijah Muhammad? Because everybody was saying Elijah Muhammad, he was messing with teenage girls. I got the clip of that too, where he was like, the women, the girls was underage, but they consented to it. So he was saying that's not rape. He said that.
Well, I gathered as much when it was another brother on the panel. I forget his name, but he kind of alluded to that because he started talking about Elijah Muhammad and they had a dialogue back and forth about it. So right. I gathered that that's what his stance was or something to that effect.
Did you ask him? Did you ask him what his stance was? Did you ask Shaka the same clear questions that he asked you? No, not about Elijah Muhammad. Shaka made some statements about it, and some of the statements were he was not convicted of it. He wasn't convicted of rape. That's the statement. You can't not agree with that because that's a fact. Whether you think he should have been is a different question. You can ask that. But if a person says, I don't have all the evidence or information to make that determination, then you can't hold them accountable for not believing it or not saying it publicly. Whatever your belief is. You see, I mean, you can't blame them, especially you can't blame them for saying he did this, he raped her. You can't blame him for not saying that, because was he convicted of that? What statements are you going on? Are there accusations of it? Yes, there are. Have people spoken about their feelings in the past about it? Yeah, Malcolm X spoke about it. You see? Now, where's the statement from Malcolm X? Where is the information about the age? And it still doesn't equal that he was convicted of rape. So can you come out publicly and say so? You do know what rape means in the criminal code, right? You know what statutory rape means in the criminal code. Shaka did say you can call it statutory rape if you want to. But did you ask him, well, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think Elijah Muhammad did it? You can clearly ask. You don't have to assume what someone thinks. That's an assumption.
But however, I'm gonna say this first and foremost, because I'm not one of them dudes that I hate putting my foot in my mouth. Mm-hmm. But it's the best way to learn how to do it if you handle it the right way. Because publicly, that's a humbling experience for you. Mm-hmm. So therefore, what I'm saying, to come back and eat your words rightfully as a man when you know they wasn't right is the right thing to do. And so no matter what I heard, no matter what was said, I don't inherently believe that you are that type of person. And I don't believe that you should use emotions.
You see the difference in the statement now? I don't believe. That's okay. Anybody tell you what to believe? Nope. You volunteered your own views yourself, brother.
When you make these type of accusations of person, I've been in the prison system in 3 different states. You know what I'm saying? 10 prisons, 3 states. And
so what are we to think about all the people that say things about other people on Sa-Netter's platform regularly? Are we to believe it? What place does it have in YouTube? I think that's the overall question. What place does this type of dialogue have where you make comments about someone that you cannot prove? What place does that have? It's usually called slander, defamation. But we're looking at a person's platform who does it all the time himself, Sa-Neter. He's the king of getting people to make accusations. He's even the king of making accusations, according to him. He said Polite was a little Dr. York. He talked about Polite scamming. He talked about it in the affirmative. But then he said he only said it later. Later, he said he only said it because he was mad at him. Is that putting your foot in your mouth? Or is it just for some other reason that you decide not to say it? But we still don't know what Sa-Netter's belief is, because he also said, he quoted the DNA evidence on Polite incorrectly. He made it sound like it's not so bad, the DNA evidence. When many people saw that DNA evidence and said, that's enough for me. This is enough for me. What I know about this man and what I've heard about this man and what I see in this court document is enough for me. You see? But did he come out and say it? Until he was convicted?
Coming from that environment, that you call somebody a snitch, you call somebody a pedophile, any of this.
So let's just say it right now. Everybody can feel welcome to say, Brother Polite, Sa-Netter's one of the main people he promotes, one of the main people he knows about business with, and has his direct number, knows his wives, communicates with his wives, you know, all of this stuff according to him, right? According to him, can he come out? Does he believe Polite sexually assaulted that girl? Does he believe he raped her? What's his comment going to be? Show me the video where he says he believed Polite raped that girl. I would like to see it. It would bring clarity to this matter. I don't know. I've never heard Sonetta say Polite raped that little girl. But I've heard him incorrectly make comments, give false information about the DNA evidence when it was public. I have heard him say incorrect things about that, which allude, in my mind, to him defending Polite.
You be ready to stand on that for that man that's not guilty of that, you know, because he gonna come see you, or at least he should if he's not guilty of that. So therefore, you know, I apologize to you, brother, because just because a man doesn't handle something the way that I feel like I would have handled it doesn't give me the right to accuse him of said crime, right? That don't matter, you know what I'm saying?
Does this even make any sense? So Sonetta, on one hand, he says, oh, Shaka, he didn't say it was rape. He said it wasn't rape. He said he wasn't convicted of it. He said you could call it statutory rape. That wasn't enough for Sonetta, but here he's got a man claiming the exact opposite. If you don't know the exact things and it ain't totally true, you shouldn't go out there on the internet and say it. It's a total contradiction. What is the fine line here? The fine line is Sonetta is in defense mode because of all of his associates. Nature Boy was an associate on his platform. Guilty, life, natural life in prison. Polite, associate. Probably the person he promoted the most on his platform. The person he just came out with just a few weeks ago, long after he's been incarcerated, and said he was the best debater he ever had. I'm not speaking verbatim, but the best one he ever had. And then he said, polite. And then he dropped what? The bomb. I think folks should ask Sonetta, what does he think about Polite? Is Polite guilty of assaulting that girl? Did he rape that girl? Ask Sonetta and see what he says. Does he flip back his words? What does he say? What is he going to find another way to say it? You see, I mean, I don't know, but it seems to me like Shaka is the one who followed Israel Bound's own advice that he's explaining here to Sonetta. And for some reason, Sonetta agrees with him, but he don't agree with Shaka. It's total hypocrisy, y'all, and you're seeing it live. You're seeing it on video right out of the man's mouth, his own arguments. Yes, you are. You are seeing that. You are seeing that in real time. In real time. You're seeing it. It's not me. You heard it for yourself. Play it back and tell me it's not true.
That's just how I feel about it. And other people have their own God-given right to handle situations the way they see fit without being under threat of
Oh, do they? Does Shaka have the right to see it in a different way or handle it in a different way without what?
Slander or, false accusations. So that's what I did, you know what I'm saying, based on emotions. So just...
Oh, he said something based on emotions? Really? And he shouldn't have said it about Elijah Muhammad? Or no, about Elijah Muhammad? Is that what he said? Or is it about saying something emotional about Sonetta? Is that what he's saying? Sonetta wasn't convicted of being a pedophile, so I shouldn't have said it? Sounds like total hypocrisy. Sonetta is listening to the very advice he criticizes of Shaka.
It's like I did that publicly. I said I was going to come and publicly issue an apology to you. You know what I'm saying? If I was not in the Midwest of the United States, I would walk up to you like a man in your face and do it. You know what I'm saying? And challenge you to a chess game, and we, you know, move forward as men.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So my bad, bro. You know what I'm saying?
We all make mistakes, man. Apology.
Yes.
Now he accepted his apology, yet the man is apologizing because he didn't do what Shaka actually did. That is, not make an affirmative statement without having all the facts and without the person being convicted. Sa Neter wasn't convicted. So this man shouldn't have said that about Sa Neter, right? He didn't have all the facts, so he shouldn't have said that about Sa Neter due to emotion. That's his own words. But yet, Sa Neter's up here trying to say Shaka should say something about Elijah Muhammad without all the facts, without a conviction. And without all the facts, again. Now, again, you can say whatever you believe, but making the affirmative that he is, that's a different thing publicly. Sa Neter agrees with that, but he don't agree with it when it's Shaka. And I suppose it's because Shaka has been playing Sa Neter's own words for the last year since he found out that Sa Neter didn't actually take Jabari's advice and put Polite on timeout. Ever since then, his opinion has totally changed. And also this helped.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
So you can't beat the man on the facts. So you curse his mother, his child, and his lady. And the person there that says, and you have every right, who listened to him curse his mother, his child, and his baby, goes out there and accuses him of being a homosexual now, suddenly. Where are the facts? Does he care about that, Sa Neter? Does Sa Neter care about slander? Not having the facts? Not having the receipts? No, not when it's Shaka. You see, Sa Neter does not keep the same criteria that he preaches to others. That's a problem.
Sir.
I appreciate
Yes,
that.
sir.
It takes a man to do what you did, brother. Do you know what I'm saying?
I appreciate you giving.
But Shaka wasn't a man when he did it. Nope.
Giving me the opportunity to, you know what I'm saying, to, you know, stand on my character, you know what I'm saying, because that's important to me.
Yes. I appreciate you even just coming through and doing that, because a lot of people can't do what you do. A lot of men don't stand on that. Now, let me just you this real quick. Watch this. Because the same thing he said about me. Oh, he defended Malachi York for 10 minutes straight. Listen to this.
Because he still follows Elijah. That's also child molesting. What we do?
Well, the thing with Elijah, he had sex with teenage secretaries. Some of them were underage.
Now, see what he said? He had sex with teenage secretaries. Some of them were underage. Watch what he say next.
But then
he admitted that they were underage. Listen.
Not rape.
What we do?
Well, the thing.
Because he still follows Elijah. That's also child molesting. What we do?
Well, the thing with Elijah, he had sex with teenage secretaries. Some of them were underage. But then he was not raped.
What we do?
Well, the thing with Elijah, he had sex with teenage secretaries. Some of them were underage. But then he was not raped.
So what happened to the cutting up of the Dr. York video? Sa Neter claims that it wasn't 10 minutes that he defended Dr. York. He never even came out and said that he didn't defend Dr. York. Funny. But he makes the issue about it being chopped up. Suge made it longer. And what does this man do? He plays a tiny snippet, and he don't even give y'all the video to where this is coming from so you can hear the context of the conversation. He's not doing that. Shaka plays 10 minutes, 8 minutes, or whatever you want to call it, and a whole lot of other people have, of this man defending, Sa Neter defending Dr. York. And what does Sa Neter do in return? He plays a 1-second snippet.
They were willing participants, so 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 see at the time, and I'm not trying to make, no, check this out. I'm not trying to make excuses for it.
Yes, you are. He said that the girls were willing.
So why didn't he let it play to hear his explanation? Because he wants you to believe his explanation. But you don't have to believe his associate, Brother Polite, is in jail, incarcerated for sexually molesting a 14-year-old child. His colleague, the Mighty Hebrew, who he's been showing on his panel, even after convicted of rape, was really convicted of rape. Really. Sa Neter admits it. You see the difference? It's like he wants you're being asked to believe somebody that willingly has rapists on his platform. What do you think he's going to say? He's going to look for any excuse out of it. And then he says, oh, the videos he playing been chopped up and done. So this ain't chopped up?
Participants. How can a woman, a young lady underage, consent to having sex, Shaka? How? Where's that at? And
where's the evidence that you have that they didn't? Where's the evidence that you have that they didn't consent? Is it that today the law says that a person this particular age, which you have not stated, Sa Neter, this particular age cannot consent? Well, there was no law at that time. You see, he was not even charged with rape, which it was a charge at that time. You see the difference? There's some subtleties here. But if you want to be precise, you need to be up for the precise language. Why did he stop Shaka communicating? He just stopped the shit exactly. He played 2 seconds or even 1 second, 2 seconds, and then he wants to do his commentary after it. You see, it's like, okay, so where's the context? You know, if you listen to Shaka numerous times, he's already explained it. It's very simple. It is very simple. And it's not something everyone wants to or can understand. But look at the video that he just played. This man himself just said that's the right thing to do. That if you don't have all the evidence, you don't go out and say some things like that. And if you did, you would go see the man and apologize to his face. That's wrong. That's basically what he's saying. But yes, Sa Neter is saying Shaka should be different. How does this make sense? How does it make sense? It doesn't make any type of sense. You see? I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And I would assume the person that believes they're the elder would be more responsible, would be take more accountability. But that's not the case here. See, the case here is that you're dealing with someone who has no accountability because they doubled down on a statement like this.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
When is all the disrespect going to stop? Good question. Because according to the person that we just heard, you have every right.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
Now, I told Sa Neter when he was in a chat, that I would never talk about his mother, his children, his wives, or anything like that, that I don't have a need to. It's totally wrong. I told him that. And I even asked him a question. I said, if Polite had done those things to his family member, would he feel the same? Would he feel the same? Would he react the same? You know, if, you know, yeah, it's just really, really raunchy. If Shaka said those things about his mother, his child, his lady, you know, what would I do? Am I supposed to cap for Shaka? Am I supposed to defend that? I don't defend that language or make excuses about that language from anybody, period. Nobody. You don't get to make statements like that and then say, oh, somebody made me do it. I was just reacting to something somebody said. Somebody asked me, why is the mighty Hebrew who's been convicted of rape on my panel? And this is my response, F your mother. Does that make any sense? Shaka's never said anything about his family like that at all. You see, it's called being a hypocrite, you know, and some people are allowed. Listen to this statement. We have community members that when someone says language like that over their platform, who's considered an elder, the response is, you have every right.
Fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
Well, it doesn't stop there. The disrespect didn't stop there. No one was told to stop it there. I don't have nobody on my platform talking about Sanetta's parents, talking about Sanetta's wife, talking about Sanetta's kids. And definitely not like that. That is way out of bounds. It's so out of bounds, it should be very clear to you that the person who said that has some serious problems. It should also be very serious, very clear to you that no one who says something like that over their own platform is in control. Especially when they come back and double down on it and say, I'm in every word of it. Yeah. You know, which did happen. He said, hold on, let me see this, start on character, but fold it up. He said, okay. He said, stand on character. I mean, exactly. Stand on character. The brother did fold up. I mean, you know, but I don't really care. I agree with Israel in the sense that if you don't want to get sued, roll that comment back. And he rolled it back. You see what I mean? But you know, if he changes word, you're liable to. You can say whatever you want. But here's the ultimate thing: he's literally criticizing Shaka for doing the exact same thing this man suggested he learned his lesson about and will actually do. And this man said you shouldn't go out there and say things about people that you can't prove and you don't know for sure because a man will be upset. La la la. Okay, so that's what Shaka did. Sonetta don't like that. He's accusing him of not saying. He's mad because Shaka didn't say Elijah Muhammad raped these girls. That's why he's mad. Okay? Come with the evidence, anybody and everybody. Bring their age, bring the paperwork, bring the statements. Come with it. It's very simple. But guess what? I would suggest it's stupid because you're allowed to believe someone did something. You can be inclined to believe it's more likely than less likely. That's not the same statement as he did. It's not. And it's just that simple. Now, if you don't have a platform and you're just speaking privately, and feel free to say whatever the hell you want. That's what people do all the time. I think he did it. You know, but when you go out or to use your platform to promote things, you better stand and be willing to prove it. Otherwise, you're going to have to make a retraction if you're in a responsible community. We can see Sonetta doesn't make retractions too often, but he definitely doesn't make retractions about things like this.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
And why he's never made a retraction, I don't know, because that's the most intelligent thing he ever said. I guess he's no need to make a retraction. Doesn't harm his platform. Hey, listen, folks that listen, you say that shit every day. It doesn't bother him, and how it doesn't make him look bad to be. He's not worried about that, right? I guess that was something he have to stand on, right? Or is it something dumb as hell to say, and you can easily, for the sake of your own community, your own platform, do the right thing, or even do the smart thing, even if it's not the right thing. The right thing was to admit that it's totally wrong and you had no right to do that. The smart thing, though, in case you don't want to do the right thing, would be to come out to your audience and say, hey, you don't like this guy. He pissed you off for whatever reason. You don't want to go back and forth with him anymore. But you should not have said what you said on your platform because it's beneath you and it's beneath the cause. But Sarnetta's not man enough to do it because he's dumb.
I like what you said, brother. You said, yo, if you can't smoke a cigarette at 18 until you get that, you can't buy no liquor. You can't do none of these things. Drive without a driver's license. How can you have sex until you get that age? You know what I'm saying? I love that part.
This man, by his own close associate, Inky, has been accused of being 30 years old and sleeping with a 15-year-old himself. By his best friend on the internet. Did he sue them? No. No, he didn't. He didn't. You know, it's just crazy. Okay, so for the record, Sarnetta, do you believe that it is absolutely wrong and rape if a man who is old enough to, or a person who's old enough to drink, or let's say 21 for that matter, it's not the same in every city. I'm from DC. DC, to smoke cigarettes and drink alcohol, you need to be 21. To be 18, you need to get and kill somebody. You can, that's okay, 18, but not cigarettes and not alcohol. But killing in the war, no problem, right? Is it okay for a 21-year-old to sleep with someone that is under the age? Is it okay? Or is it rape, Sarnetta? And is Inky accusing you of rape when he says you were 30 years old and you was having relations with a 15-year-old? Is that what he's saying about you? See, y'all, this man has been given carte blanche to say anything and never be held accountable. It makes zero sense what he's doing. It makes zero sense. Let me continue it.
Oh, what you said to him. You know?
I'm sorry that my phone rung right when you were saying. I just caught the last end of what you said.
Yo, did you? Oh, so you ain't hear what Shaka said? I rewind it.
No, I heard everything he said, but when you started talking,
you know, that man can be trusted. He called Sarnetta a pedo, then went on his panel and apologized. What's going on here? Yeah, you mean that man can't be trusted? I mean, listen, I definitely don't trust him. You know, because the man just came out and gave all his reasoning why he thinks he is. And then he all of a sudden went on his platform to say he didn't. He issued a retraction. Okay, but what's the retraction? Really? I mean, it doesn't make any sense because he did defend Dr. York for 10 minutes. Pretty much. If not 10 minutes, 8 minutes. But how long would any of you spend on your radio podcast defending Dr. York? This man that's on his platform stated very clearly that Dr. York's a pedo. So he has a new idea. His new view is that maybe Sarnetta's not a pedo. Maybe it's some other reasons why he defended Dr. York. Okay, it could be. I never said that Sarnetta was a pedo. NeoX has said Sarnetta's a pedo. Inky has said Sarnetta's a pedo. All I've said is that he tend to have a whole lot of pedos and rapists and alleged scammers on his platform. And that's a problem for the community, because when you bring people out there to your platform, you're introducing them to new people. And if something of harm comes to these new people that you introduce them to, you should have some liability yourself. Especially when you know about some of it, especially when you spoke about it and you did, and then you still let them on your platform. Okay? That's what this is about.
My opinion is the same as I.
Minutes. Let me give him a.
That's your statement.
Listen.
So y'all hear the sucker. Y'all hear how he's just say his name, brother. Come on, brother. I need you to say.
Sorry about that. I'm just finding the spot.
He always expose fire on the nigga, because the brother is like, you know what? I was wrong for that. I can't just come out and say Sarnetta's a pedophile. Why would I do that? Because people saying that. So
I mean, what I'm saying is that Sarnetta, you know, in my view, right? It's just my view. He needed to come out and clear these things up with clear, basic language even the dumbest idiot on earth can understand. That's how bad it is. But he never did. He never has. And, you know, when you have platforms and when you have serious problems around you with people around you associated with you, you really have to respond very, very clearly. And he hasn't, you know. So for me, okay, if Sarnetta was to apologize, he could be forgiven on that. That's not for me to say, you know. I don't have to, you know, it's not something I need to accept an apology about, because he talked about Shaka Ndugu's mother, child, and lady. And he said F them all. I mean, let's be clear about this. Let's be clear about it.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. That's the way I give it back up to him.
And you have every right. That's why I say that's between you and Shaka.
You know, I can't say what somebody else should do. You know, I could say, in my view, of course, the apology wouldn't be good enough for me personally, but you know, he didn't just say that to one person. Thousands of people have heard that. You know, up to 2 days after he said it. It's so many people that heard him say that. Even if he doesn't care about Shaka at all, what about your platform? What about the other people? Would you like them to understand, to see you seriously? I don't see how anybody could see a person seriously that doesn't make a retraction of a statement like that. I mean, he's talking about he wants a retraction from this brother Israel, and Israel gave him a retraction. Okay, but you know, there's a lot of reasons why you could give a retraction about a statement like that, because that is like, his mother didn't do anything to Sarnetta. His child didn't do anything to Sarnetta. His lady didn't do anything to Sarnetta. Why didn't he just keep his focus on Shaka? I mean, is that what you want? Would everyone else expect, because you have a disagreement with someone, that suddenly they're supposed to bring up your mother, your child, your wife? Is that what is normal? Is that what the listeners want on Sarnetta's panel? Or the people that participate on this panel? Is that what they want? Is that what the listener is up for? If the listener is up for that and the panelists think that's okay, then they should go right along with that. But if they don't, you know, they might want a retraction, you know, but I can't speak for them. Let me see. Sarnetta Sandusky cannot be redeemed. Every guest seems to have a pedophilic past. They must have met in prison in a pedophile support group. There's no way you can know 10 plus pedophiles and you're not implicating your habits, you know? Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's definitely problematic to have that many people suddenly, you know, being convicted of rape, pedophilia, also things of that matter, and alleged to be scammers to the 1000th degree. Have so many personal public testimonies about them scamming. Polite has so many people after him for the scamming. It is ridiculous. And yes, this man did promote him. He promoted Nature Boy also on his platform. But you know, there it is. He finds hypocrisy, and he needs other people to be accountable for him. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So let me call the brother up and see, offended.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna do it open. He was defending the future. His trial, I think, is on.
No,
you know that's a that's a humbling experience for you.
This is where we
therefore, you know what I'm saying, to come back and eat your words rightfully as a man when you know they wasn't right is the right thing to do. And so no matter what I heard, no matter what was said, I don't inherently believe that you are that type of person. And I don't believe that you should use emotions when you make these type of accusations of person. I've been in the prison system in 3 different states, you know what I'm saying? 10 prisons, 3 states. And coming from that environment, you know that you call somebody a snitch, you know, you call somebody a pedophile, any of this, and you be ready to stand on that for that man that's not guilty of that, you know, because he gonna come see you, or at least he should if he's not guilty of that. So therefore, you know, I apologize to you, brother, because just because a man doesn't handle something the way that I feel like I would have handled it doesn't give me the right to, you know, accuse him of said crime, right? That don't matter, you know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel about it. And other people have their own God-given right to handle situations the way they see fit without being under threat of slander or, you know, false accusations. So that's what I did, you know what I'm saying, based on emotions. So just like I did that publicly, I said I was going to come and publicly issue an apology to you.
So Sonetta is in a precarious situation because on one hand, he understands the logic of Israel Bound, that you shouldn't go out and make statements about people if they haven't been convicted, if you don't, blah, 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 all of this stuff. And Sonetta is right there, right along with him. But then he expects Shaka and Dugu Kemet to call Elijah Muhammad a rapist? Is that what he expects? When Shaka said you could call him a statutory rapist if you want, you could call him that. But he clearly said it wasn't rape. And, you know, you can disagree with that statement all you want, but you don't have a criminal conviction to hold up. You don't even know how old the people, who knows? I don't even know how old the secretaries were. I don't know. I don't know if their age was even an issue back then. I know that there was nothing called statutory rape back then. That's pretty much what everybody agrees on. Whether it was consensual or not, today it would not be considered consensual. Okay? It would not today, but it didn't happen today. So you have to go on what people thought 50 years ago, 60 years ago, damn near. Literally. This man had somebody on his platform who's a religious, I forget his name. I haven't seen him on there in a while. Older guy, you know, I think he live in the DC area, maybe Maryland or Virginia. I don't know. But when I say I'm from DC, I mean, I'm born and raised there. Okay. So I know a little bit about it. And my pops is born and raised there. So what I know about DC is not what the person who just moved there when at some point in their life knows. Nah, that's not me. But the man, I think his name was Pastor Laquan or something like that. I don't know his name. But the man said on Sonetta's platform himself that his grandmother or something got married or mother or grandmother, don't quote me, but something to this effect. I'm not far off that she was like 12 when she started having babies. I mean, come on. And this man made this comment in defense of Polite even. And he was in defense of others when they were having this debate on Sinetta's platform about age. And this man said, hey, his grandmother was a certain age and his grandfather was much older. Was Sinetta in disagreement about that, or an agreement? No, at that time he was like, yeah, that's right, yeah. You know? So right now, listening to this shit is ridiculous. And Sinetta is banking that most of the people are not aware, and that's true. Why would they be? Because nobody's fucking watching his goddamn programming every single fucking day. Most of the people that watch him just trust. Just like a lot of us trust. If you got the red, black, and green all up in everybody's face, you're going to assume nobody's out to malign you, hurt you, scam you, rape you, or pillage you. You would assume that, right? Wrong assumption, folks. Wrong assumption. You will be terribly disappointed if you believe that. If you believe that, shit, your ass may be in harm's way. Because there are frauds that use the red, black, and green just as a way to get you to lower your defenses so they can scam you, rape you, you know, kill you even. Literally.
You know what I'm saying? If I was not in the Midwest of the United States, I would walk up to you like a man in your face and do it. You know what I'm saying? And challenge you to a chess game. And we, you know, move forward as men. Right. You know what I'm saying? So my bad, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Apology accepted. We all make mistakes, man. Apology accepted. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
It takes a man to do what you did, brother. Do you know what I'm saying?
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to, you know what I'm saying, to, you know, stand on my character. You know what I'm saying? Because that's important to me.
Yes, I appreciate you even just coming through and doing that, because.
So when Shaka asked him what he thought, he wasn't giving him an opportunity to stand on his character because he was just a little too precise with his questions and wasn't looking for a yes or a no. It's crazy.
Because a lot of people can't do what you do. A lot of men don't stand on that. Now, let me just you this real quick. Watch this. Because the same thing he said about me. Oh, he defended Malachi York for 10 minutes straight. Listen to this.
Because he's going to follow Elijah. That's also child molesting.
Has Sinetta ever said he didn't defend Dr. Malachi York?
Well, the thing with Elijah, he had sex with teenage secretaries. Some of them were underage.
Now, see what he said? He had sex with teenage secretaries. Some of them were underage. Watch what he say next.
But then
he admitted that they were underage. Listen.
Not right.
But underage, just to be clear to everybody, underage today is not underage 50, 60 years ago. That's a social problem. That's a issue that's been taken up. They changed the age because they took it up. But in that time, was it underage? You see, I mean, would you, if you lived in those times, be thinking the same thing? That's not a question meant to stop people Sinetta's age, because Sinetta ain't Elijah Muhammad's age. He's not, Polite is not Elijah Muhammad's age. Okay. Mighty Hebrew is not Elijah Muhammad's age. They didn't live in a world where that was the case. Sinetta had to be a baby when that was the case. You see what I'm saying? So when he started hustling, bustling at 15, that's not the same. You're not even talking about the same time period. You see? It's a crazy comparison. And why is he bringing up a dead man in defense when people are asking him, why do he have live grown rapists on his panel? Live grown people that have been accused for scamming and already convicted. Why would he even want to talk to them again? You see?
Well, he does.
Well, the thing.
Chaka, because he's going to follow Elijah. That's also child molesting. Well, he does.
Well, the thing with Elijah, he had sex with teenage secretaries. Some of them were underage, but then he was not raped.
Well, he does.
Well, the thing with Elijah, he had sex with teenage secretaries. Some of them were underage, but then it was not rape. They were willing participants, so 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 they were willing participants. So see, at the time, and I'm not trying to.
So where's the rest of the statement? Where's the rest of the conversation? Nobody cut off Sonetta's video of him defending Dr. York. Nobody cut that off. That's not like 2 seconds clipped. You're actually hearing the entire conversation damn near. I mean, no, not damn near. You're hearing a whole heaping conversation. A man making points about he was just defending his wives, or there's no DNA evidence, or there's no blah, 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 or he was on drugs when he was in the courtroom and took the plea. Why would a man take a plea for 100 years? He was trying to defend his wives, to get his wives free. Don't quote me verbatim, but it's something to that degree. And now here he is chopping up.
No, check this out. I'm not trying to make excuses for it.
Yes, you are. He said that the girls were willing participants. How can a woman, a young lady underage, consent to having sex, Shaka? How? Where's that at? And I like what you said, brother. You said, yo, if you can't smoke a cigarette at 18 until you get that, you can't buy no liquor. You can't do none of these things. Drive without a driver's license. How can you have sex without until you get that age? You know what I'm saying? I love that part, what you said to him.
Check this out. But why not say it on your own main channel then? Why not say it on? Why do you go to a little sidestepping channel? Look at the channel. This channel is called The Dumpster. This is not Sonetta Studios. This is not House of Consciousness. He had to go somewhere else to have that convo. You know, does that mean he's standing on his words? Apparently, he doesn't want too many people hearing it. Apparently, because he gets more viewers on the other panel, on the other streams, but he don't want people hearing this. Why not? Is his argument that good? I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it is. Sorry about that. That was a little mistake. Let me get further here. Let me try to find the rest of this. Here we go. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to stop it. I'm going to play it a little bit more here. I'm going to stop it.
Yeah, that could never be, you know what I'm saying, something that I don't care what the law wrote.
Right.
I don't care what the law said. You know what I'm saying? Once again, when you got daughters, you know what I'm saying? You know, these things should be like, I didn't have to have daughters to feel this way. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is that now that I have daughters, it makes it even more of an intense situation because you more in tune with the vulnerability that's there. You know what I'm saying? And so therefore, I will never, you know what I'm saying, come into agreement with just because the law said that hey, no, that don't work like that with me.
Right. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But does it work that way with Sonetta? And see, this is the irony of it, because again, it's flip-flopping. Sonetta, first, this man gives an excuse about why he's apologizing to Sonetta because he called Sonetta a pedophile. Then he goes back and say, hey, I didn't really have the evidence. I really shouldn't have done that. That's wrong. I've been in jail for so long. When you say something, put that on another man and blah, blah, blah. Don't quote me verbatim, but something like that. I'm supposed to apologize. That's wrong. So he came back and wrong. But so Shaka is saying the same thing. He said the same thing consistently about all these individuals. He never even called Sonetta a pedophile. Anybody that listens to Shaka knows that he holds people to his words and himself to the same standard. But all you got to do is listen to the context. If you are on the internet calling somebody anything that they are not, you could be open for civil litigation, period. You could be open for that. And if you cannot prove it, but even if you're not open to civil litigation, if you have platforms where you're debating people and your constant theme is, where are the receipts? Don't say things you cannot provide the receipts with. Yes, that's the debate sector. You see, you don't really even have to go that far. the point is this. He already said he's not making excuses for the man. He didn't make excuses for him. He's just pointing out the facts and inviting you. In the same statement, he invited anyone to bring the evidence, to come bring the evidence. That's it. You could bring it. Sarnetta says, apparently, or from what I don't know, does he believe Elijah Muhammad is a rapist? I don't know. Does Sarnetta believe that? Does Sarnetta believe Polite is a rapist? I don't know. I haven't heard him say it. I do believe I heard him act like he didn't agree with Shaka for saying it wasn't rape, but I haven't heard him make any definite statements himself. But yet he's criticizing and expecting apologies from people when he don't even make his stance clear. We know he defended Dr. York for, if not 10 minutes, 8 minutes, something to that effect. But is it 1 minute too goddamn long?
He defended Dr. York. Now, I want to ask you, you still there?
Yeah, bro. Okay.
Yeah, your phone messing up.
I'm here.
All right. Just like he did.
No, somebody keep trying to call me. Let me cut on this block real quick.
Yeah,
okay,
that's probably him.
Okay, no, it ain't him.
Like he did me. Let me ask you. Now, if you have a man saying that, yo, man, I know that girl is underage, but she was a willing participant, would you look at him as having pedophilia tendencies?
Now, yeah, absolutely. So I'm not even have to think about this to even worry about if I got to apologize for it later. Absolutely, bro. Like you can't feel that way and not have something wrong with your line of thinking.
Right, exactly. This nigga said that I know that they are underage, but she's a willful participant. Look, oh my God. Let's hear this nigga.
Who was 16 or 17. However, Drew Ali apparently had some situation with like a 15-year-old girl or something like that, some sort of statutory rape. But I don't have all the details handy right now, But Elijah Muhammad, if people want to call it statutory rape,
what is he talking about then? What is Sarnetta talking about? The man clearly doesn't agree with anyone calling it statutory rape. But when you say things yourself, you need, when you're in a debate information sector where everyone is saying, bring your receipts. Even when the brother just said, bring your receipts about calling Sarnetta a pedophile. He apologized. I don't have the receipts. I shouldn't have said that. Now that I think about it, blah, blah, blah. So what's the issue? You see, it seems to me that he's blaming a person for speaking conservatively and responsibly. Now, here's the difference. Let's bring it from Elijah Muhammad to today, right? And let's bring Elijah Muhammad to Sarnetta's studios, to his platform, right? And an accusation came out, like Malcolm X had made, or anybody made. Just come out. Hey, man, this guy, he's been with his secretaries, and some of those secretaries are young or underage, or I suspect that they are. What do you think Sarnetta would do? Would Sarnetta give him a timeout? Would Sarnetta say, hey, Elijah Muhammad, man, until you get that worked out, brother, you can't be on my platform. I can't confirm, I can't deny, I'm not going to litigate it. I'm not the courts, but until you get that figured out, you have to take a time out from my platform because it's not a good look. Nobody needs that. It's not acceptable. Would Sarnetta do that? Or would he say, yeah, but let me have a conversation with him and then start defending him? Yeah, but the evidence wasn't really but that's what he did with Dr. York. That's what he did with Polite. He actually he made false comments about the DNA evidence. He made false comments about the evidence on Polite after the paperwork was released to the public. Do you really believe this man wouldn't have Elijah Muhammad up on his platform if he could? You goddamn right he would. He would do that today. He already got people convicted of rape on his platform. What the hell? Why wouldn't he have Elijah Muhammad? What would the difference be? He's on tape defending Dr. York, who's been charged with he's been alleged to have raped hundreds of times. He's been convicted. He admitted. Is this so? The man who's under here, Israel, he clearly said Dr. York's a rapist. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't add up what this man is saying. I submit this to the public. If Elijah Muhammad was alive, he definitely would have him on his panel, even though he's sitting up here saying that, or alluding to him being a rapist, or he doesn't like Shaka because Shaka said it wasn't rape. But Sa Neter would have him on his damn panel. I believe that. I don't know, but I definitely believe he would. Why? Because he's had a convicted rapist on his panel. Why? Because he's had people that he already knew had been accused of scamming. He let them back on his panel. Polite. Because he went out to California and was riding around in a van, in a Jeep, a truck that Polite gave him, admitted to. He's saying, yeah, look at these keys, y'all. Oh, Polite gave him some cash money. He's like, look, y'all, this is love. Come on. He went out and didn't distance himself from Polite. He made one distancing comment and then went right back against it. It's the same pattern for him, you know? And it's, you're talking about, yeah, you funny, man. Anyway, Ralph, you stick to the important parts, bro, because
they can go ahead, but those girls, they were willing in the relationship. It's not.
You hear him? If you want to call it statutory rape, you can go ahead, but
okay. So, where is the document where it states from these women's testimonials that they were not willing? Where's the documents? Where's the evidence? Where's the piece of paper? Where's the testimony of any of these women where they said they weren't willing? Where's it at? I would like to know. And if you prove it, you just have to admit you were wrong. But if you didn't have the evidence, you don't have to admit it because nobody's proven it. You see? However, it's definitely not a good look. And today, would it be statutory rape today? If you can confirm the ages in certain states, almost most states now, it probably would. But back then, damn, 12-year-olds were still getting married. I mean, it's crazy. You know, that's the world you live in. Just like a little time before that. I mean, not only was it 12-year-olds getting married and 13 at that shit, Jim Crow was out there. People was just getting away with all kinds of stuff. You see what I mean? Societal norms and societal abnorms, you know? It's not a good thing, but, you know, it's good that people graduated from that time, though.
Right.
You should probably look around you and ask, what grown men do you know that are dating young people, and see if you can do something about that. Sa Neter claims to know. He's made a claim about, who did he make the claim about knowing? I mean, I don't know if he even, put it out. He's never, but this was like just a couple months ago, and then no information about it.
After this whole Polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob Bourne, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, cause I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up and fight.
And guess what? He said that statement because those people distanced themselves from him because he wouldn't distance himself from Polite. And he made that statement. So where are the people? Where are the cases? Where are the reports? They never came out. Hold on. Did he keep his word? Did Sa Neter keep his word?
After this whole polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob on, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, cause I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up and fight.
So where are the reports, Sonetta? Where are the reports? You promised reports. You were angry at Robon, Garfield. You were angry at them because they publicly took distance from you about this issue with Polite because folks was pressing them. We was pressing them. We were saying, yo, why you dudes still accepting this bullshit? And then what do? After they distance himself, he come out here and say, what to people?
After this whole polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob on, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas.
Now, when Shaka stated his opinion and somebody didn't agree with him, did he go out and start threatening people? You did it. I'm going to start releasing some reports. Negro Ralph, Young Heru, if you don't agree with me. You see, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Folks still falling for it. I mean, I don't get it. It's ridiculous. Who does that? And notice whose name he mentioned, Polite. See, he didn't like that he was getting heat about Polite. People distance him, and then what did he do? He said he gonna release some reports about molestation on, and then he mentioned Robon, Garfield. Has he proven it yet? Israel Bound. What do you think about that, Israel Bound, brother? Israel Bound. Just give your honest opinion about that. You don't like people making claims that they can't prove that on fact he hasn't been convicted. Where's the evidences? He put Garfield and Rob Bowen's name in the same sentence as what? It's the same sentence as what?
After this whole polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob on, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, cause I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in
the Bronx. He's going to be putting up some reports of molestation. Rob Bowen and Garfield. What y'all think about that? Should a man go see you face to face? Israel Bond thinks so. Israel Bound thinks so. I mean, that's what I'm getting from the comments, because we can't have it two different ways. You got to stand on what you mean and mean what you say. I haven't heard of no reports come out. That was like just before Polite went into, took his little, got incarcerated, just leading up to it. This is just last year. This ain't long ago, y'all. He got reports, and he's highlighting Garfield and Rob Bowen, associating them with it like they may know something about it, y'all. Should they go see him face to face? Did he issue an apology? Did he clear that statement up? I don't know. I'm not really sure. Could it be a false flag? Who the hell knows? I mean, I have no goddamn clue. I'm just along for the ride, y'all. But I tell you, generally speaking, I don't buy it. I think it's bullshit. Okay. Nobody's exactly perfect in their words all the goddamn time. But Shaka Ndugu Komet is way more cautious about his words and exact and pointed about his words than Sonetta ever been. Because let's be honest. I mean, when you are pointed and clear, you have to back it up. And he has not backed it up. This is why you don't want to just say things over the net.
After this whole polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob on, Garfield. All y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, cause I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up and fight.
You hear that?
After this whole,
you hear that, right? He wants to see them stand up and fight. He's talking about them standing up and fighting against pedophilia. And the reason why he's saying that, and rapists, the reason why he's saying that is because he didn't like the fact that they stood up against him, still promoting polite. You see, that's what this was about. Anybody can review it. Don't trust me. I don't want any lazy brains over here. I don't want your trust. I'm not out for that. I'm not responsible for your life. If you crash into a train tomorrow, I'm not responsible for it. Okay? If I like you and you're in trouble, I might do something for you, but it's not going to be public. But here's the thing. Some of you I really do like, and I would do a little something for, because y'all do something for me every day. But even if you didn't, some of y'all I would anyway, because some of y'all are real cool. But I'm an adult. Where's the fun if you just trust and believe every goddamn thing? I mean, don't you want to be involved with adults that you can kick back, have a laugh with, have good conversation, and, just enjoy the fact that you can chop it up without just blindly believing everything? I mean, no one needs to believe anybody. You don't need to just believe in something. Some things you need to take action on, and that requires that you do the research and bring the receipts. Then you get what you want. Nobody can, I mean, some people can run away from their friend being locked up for rape of a 14-year-old, an associate. Some people can run away from that and be allowed to exist. Most businesses would not survive that way. Most people, they would have called cap a long time ago. Most people would have said, yo, Sonetta, you can't have rapists on your platform, brother, if you had some responsible black folk around. And I don't want to go here in nobody's goddamn name that they're responsible black folk, because no, everybody knows this man put a rapist on his platform, a convicted one. And everybody knows that one of his closest associates just went to prison for sexually assaulting a 14-year-old. So we all don't have that goddamn history. Not all of us,
So that but right. They were willing participants, meaning he's right. not going to call it that, because they right. were willing participants. These are young girls, bro. These are young right. girls. Like, for right now, like, what can a 15-year-old girl do for me?
Man, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't.
Watch this. I'm going to play something else here. Watch this. Let's see if this adds up to this, to these words. Let's see if it adds up. Let me see here. And you tell me what you think. And I'm not forcing you to say anything. It doesn't even matter to me. I like disagreement, because in disagreement, there's at least conversation. And if we do it respectfully, there's conversation that that can benefit the public. The public can listen and learn. But here's the thing. Check this out.
Like, I don't want to say what I said, but I said
this is after Sonetta's associate goes to the penal. Let me see here. Let me just check the date. He goes to the penal for sexual assault 8 months ago. You see this? You see this? Just before Polite's trial. Look, Sonetta of HOK insinuates claims of the child's sexual assault victim's mother day before Polite's trial. Tell me, if you give a goddamn about little girls, who the hell does this?
Try to survive, hold on, though we know it's been so long. And to be honest, y'all, when we first pulled up, I told Nepal, I was like, yo, Nepal, I said something, insinuating something like,
yo, dude, she don't look happy. If I'm not mistaken, I was like, I don't want to say what I said, but I said, Nepal, she don't look happy. No, fuck that. Fuck all that. I'll keep it a buck there. Because I ain't really want to say it, but I'll keep it a buck. I went to Nepal, and I told her, I said, yo, she don't look happy. It looked like she's one of them call girls out there. Check. And if I'm lying, Nepal will tell you, no, you didn't. And
Hello, y'all. Anybody out there? Anybody out there? This is days leading up to Polite's incarceration. And this is what he put out about the victim's mother. Could he prove it? Did he bring any receipts? No, but what should she do to a man like that does that if we're going to keep it a buck? If we're going to keep it 100? According to who? According to
like what?
When people
according to Israel Bound and according to Sonetter. Who does that? Is that right? You see, folks, here we have a hypocrite nodding his head. Yeah, when the person is defending him, but knowing goddamn well he'd do the opposite any day of the week. That is what Sonetter said. That was his helpful information leading up days before Polite is incarcerated, after he already lied about the evidence against Polite. He had those helpful words. He insinuated that the mother was a call girl. Now, why did he do that? I don't know, but that goddamn don't sound like a defense of a child. So, Sonetter, what's your position today? Do you believe Polite raped that young girl? Or do you believe something else, like you insinuated here? And why did you insinuate that? You were around her. Did you warn the mother? Did you tell the mother that this man that she was with has been known by you to have gone after other minors? Did you do that since you care so much? Since you're keeping it a buck? Where's your evidences? Sonetter said a whole lot with no evidences at all.
To be honest, y'all, when we first pulled up, I told Nepal, I was like, yo, Nepal. I said something, insinuating something like, yo, dude, she don't look happy. If I'm not mistaken, I was like, Nepal, I don't want to say what I said, but I said, Nepal, she don't look happy. No, fuck that. Fuck all that. I'll keep it a buck there. Because I ain't really want to say it, but I'll keep it a buck. I went to Nepal, and I told her, I said, yo, she don't look happy. It looked like she's one of them call girls out there. Check. And if I'm lying, Nepal would tell you, no, you didn't. And I was like, yo, I'm looking at her. And I seen her present. I was like, yo, she don't really look happy, man. Check. I said that. So here's the video. And to be honest, y'all, when we first pulled up, I told Nepal, I was like, yo, Nepal. I said something, insinuating something like, yo, dude, she don't look happy. If I'm not mistaken, I was like, Nepal, I don't want to say what I said, but I said, Nepal, she don't look happy. No, fuck that. Fuck all that. I'll keep it a buck there. Because I ain't really want to say it, but I'll keep it a buck. I went to Nepal, and I told her, I said, yo, she don't look happy. It looked like she's one of them call girls out there.
So he sat on that for how long? And then just threw that information out there a couple of days before Polite goes into the court to actually take his plea. Where the receipts? Where the receipts? What you know about call girls, Sonetter? What you know about call girls? You seem to know a lot since you offered that She see what you insinuated she's a call girl. What brought you to that conclusion, brother? You made that statement publicly on your channel for thousands. I bet you the damn video got tens of thousands of views. Where's your receipts, brother? Is it okay to make those accusations about somebody and not bring any receipts publicly? Is that okay? Or is that not okay? How would you like to be treated, Sonetta? Which way? Make a choice, brother. You don't seem to be making a choice. You seem to have one standard when it's about you, and when it's about the victim's mother, you could practice a whole nother standard, bruh. Why? And why is it the call girl thing popped up? I mean, she could have been upset for a lot of reasons. You ever think she was upset because of abuse, possibly? You think she could be upset because of crimes, possibly? You in her head, brother? What do you know about her? Why would you assume she's an escort, Sonetta? Why would you? Sounds a bit strange that you jumped to that conclusion. Was Polite into prostitution? Is that what you're trying to say, Sonetta? Are you trying to say Polite is a sex trafficker, a human trafficker, brother? Is that what you're insinuating? Where is the receipts? Do you like it when somebody puts out shit like that on you, on other people, and don't bring the receipts? How should a person feel when you do something like that? Well, all we got to do is listen to Israel. He gave his description well. He didn't like it. Sonetta understood that. Sonetta was like, yeah, you're right, brother. You're right. Ain't that some foul shit, brother?
With the, I didn't know she was this age, and I thought she was that. Nah, man, because your conversation should.
She was a willing participant. Would you look at him as having consent to having sex, Shaka?
Right? That don't matter. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel about it. And other people have how to do it. If you handle it the right.
Notice he was quiet, age, but they consented to it. So he was saying that's not rape. He said that.
Well, I gathered as much when it was another brother on the panel. I forget his name, but he kind of alluded to that because he started talking about Elijah.
They're having an issue about Shaka not saying what Elijah Muhammad did. He didn't accuse him of rape. And Sonetta doesn't like that. Sonetta is basically saying that's strange he don't accuse him of rape. What do you, Sonetta, do you accuse Elijah Muhammad of rape? Okay, where's your evidences? Where's your proof? How old were they? But by the way, did you do the same thing to this young lady?
Muhammad, and they had a dialogue back and forth about it. So right. I gathered that that's what his stance was or something to that effect. But however, I'm gonna say this first and foremost, because I'm not one of them dudes that I hate putting my foot in my mouth. Mm-hmm. But it's the best way to learn how to do it if you handle it the right way, because publicly, that's a humbling experience for you. Mm-hmm. So therefore, what I'm saying, to come back and eat your words rightfully as a man when you know they wasn't right is the right thing to do. And so no matter what I heard, no matter what was said, I don't inherently believe that you are that type of person. And I don't believe that you should use emotions when you make these type of accusations of person. I've been in the prison system in 3 different states, you know what I'm saying? 10 prisons, 3 states. And coming from that environment, that you call somebody a snitch, you call somebody a pedophile, any of this, and you be ready to stand on that for that man that's not guilty of that.
Okay. So, what about this?
Like, y'all, be honest, y'all. When we first pulled up, I told Nepal, I was like, yo, Nepal. I said something, insinuating something like, yo, dude, she don't look happy. If I'm not mistaken, I was like, I don't want to say what I said, But I said, Nepal, she don't look happy. No, fuck that. Fuck all that. I'll keep it a buck there. Because I ain't really want to say it, but I keep it a buck. I went to Nepal and I told her, I said, yo, she don't look happy. It looked like she's one of them call girls out there. Check.
Where's the receipts? This was a few days before Polite took his plea for sexual assault of a 14-year-old. By the way, the mother spoke eloquently during the trial or the hearing, and where she talked about how her heart was broken pretty much, and how the first opportunity he had to be alone with her, it was the first time, and he went and assaulted sexually her daughter. This man, a few days before that statement was made by the mother, a few days before Polite was forced to appear in court to be incarcerated and to hear his plea, right? Sa Neter just conveniently releases this information about his views about the lady. And he said that he insinuate. Who the hell speaks that way? Hey, y'all, I just want to say something. Insinuate. I saw her, and you can ask Nepal, because Nepal is known to be the most trustworthy lady on earth. She's Queen Mary. You know what I'm saying? I said she don't seem right. She don't feel right. Don't quote me verbatim, but y'all heard it yourself. Is she one of them? It looked like she one of them call girls. That's Sa Neter's words. So where the receipts, Sa Neter? Are you accusing Polite of being a sex trafficker, brother? You know, that's a real thing to put on somebody, brother, especially somebody that's in prison, brother. Where's your receipts, brother? And for you to accuse that about the mother, you just ain't even give a shit. Some of you brothers don't even give a fuck about what mothers go through or women. You put a bone out on the mother by trying to insinuate she's a call girl. Where are your receipts, fool? Where are your receipts? Do you stand on your word? Of course you don't. Of course you don't. Because that would make you a man like Israel, at least the man Israel is. But not that I agree with his ass. I think he shouldn't have even made the statement if he don't stand on it in the first place. And I don't agree that anybody could force you from across the water to make a statement like you made. Come on, brother, get it straight. You see? So y'all gonna have to ultimately decide for yourselves what you think. But I'm pretty sure that if you want to know what somebody thinks about Shaka, if you want to know what Shaka Ndugu Kemet thinks, you probably shouldn't be so trustworthy of Sa Neter. I think it's been illustrated, especially when it comes to sexual assault, pedophilia, rape, and scamming. I don't think you want to take his advice. That's all I could say. It doesn't seem to add up. Now, I'm not going to play the rest of this video because he put some things in there, and he have some other things. He put things in there about others that I think is just going off topic, and I think that's what he's good at, going off topic, looking for any excuse, any way out to have another conversation. We've already seen it, how it works. You talk about one person and all of a sudden the other person's name come up, and then your reaction has to be to that other person. It's never to the first person in question. You see, you never get to hear this man speak eloquently about his opinions of Dr. York. You never hear this man say, I believe Dr. York is guilty of the crimes he was accused of. You never get to hear this man say, I believe Polite was guilty of the crimes he was accused of. What you do get to hear is him talk about the white man. The white man is behind this all. Don't quote me verbatim, but shit like that, yes. You do get to hear him say, I never defended Malachi Z. York for 10 minutes, but who gives a fuck if it's 10 minutes, brother? This is like 5, 6, 7 minutes straight. You got all kinds of points in your defense. You didn't just say something quick and leave out the dough like you did Linda here, like you did the victim of Polite's mother. You didn't just get in there and get out quick. Nah, you stayed in there, bruh. You stayed in there. So Are you accusing Polite of being a pimp and a sex worker? Are you accusing Linda, this woman here? Are you accusing her of being a sex worker or accusing her of being sex trafficked by Polite? Please answer. And if your answer is no, then what the hell is this comment about? Explain it and bring your receipts that led you to that conclusion, which you spoke about publicly. That would be fair. At least you would be keeping it a buck. You would at least be keeping it like you sitting up here claiming you want it to be. You understood it from David, right? He gave you the explanation. I mean, what's his name? Israel, I'm sorry. He gave you the explanation. Let's see how far you stick with it. Is what's good for the goose good for the gander? I don't think it is in your case. I don't think it is, brother. I think that's what the problem is. So, yo, I'm gonna drop this link for a second, man. Yeah, I just decided to do this. You know what I'm saying? And Shaka's my homeboy, and I know him to be a good guy, and so I wouldn't be out here raising these issues if I didn't know that. You see what I'm saying? No, I don't have any salacious information on Shaka. So I can't be running around chasing him around all day. But I can look at these accusations and ask questions about them. Look at it. It looked like she one of them call girls. Now you know that had to be Sonetta's words because that's how he fucking talks. Okay? And did he mean it or was he lying? But does it matter? Does it really matter? Because he said shit and then retracted it every day a week, and the public allowed him. What's up? What's up, Ralph?
What's going on, V?
You there? Yeah, man. I'm just covering this bullshit.
Yeah, I wanted to say this. Sonetta wouldn't be a good chess player over here because our morals and integrity is too strong. Even when we don't fully agree with each other. Another thing,
yeah, we discuss our disagreements over here, you know.
Yeah, for them to try to piggyback and say this as if Shaka is some type of supporter of this. He said on our shows he doesn't support Elijah Muhammad. He also admits to the law. He also admits to being an advocate for women, children, even men. You know, and he says he goes by the law. You know, and the law doesn't always justify things, but it is what it is. The law is the law. The law is the religion, and the law is the land.
And the law don't have to, because check this out. You're allowed to believe something.
That's right.
But saying you believe it or you're inclined to believe it, even saying something less, you're inclined to believe there's some wrongdoing, that's not the same as saying he is. And that's the problem. I think that's part of the problem here, getting with speech, is that as you saw Israel go back and take his word back. Why? Because he made an affirmative about Sonetta, which he couldn't stand on himself. So he took it back. Now, how about just don't say it if you can't prove it? Don't in the affirmative, I mean. You know, how about all the other statements somebody can make?
Yeah, I agree. But it also takes a man to say, hey, look, I stand on number and you know, because I got to look at myself. I just did that well on your show if we're not going to prove what was fully said in videos. But I'm not saying anything down on Israel. But, you know, Sonetta, it makes him look worse because now he has to prove so much about what he has alluded to or not said or should have said or done. So it makes him look even worse, you know. And I'm just saying this, like a shock. I know we have our disagreements, and, you know, I feel comfortable over here. You know, a lot of the things you do, like the Kemet thing, I'm not I'm for whatever makes anybody feel good and righteousness. So I'm not judging when nobody want to be Christian, Islam, anything, you know, none of that. You know, I'm just saying find some peace. But I identify with, you know, UVB, and I know that y'all are linked together. And I'm not going to let someone use our words to try to divide us, or what we talk about over here to divide us.
Right.
That's what I want to say for this channel. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly. And, it's so funny how, well, now you know what it is. I mean, Sanetta's been getting a lot of heat, and Shaka's been on his back about this. And, I've seen this several times where he tried to go to disagreements that other people have about other things just to try to distract the conversation. But it's like, look, I mean, we all know we all are open and free to discuss things with each other. But you see how if you even the slightest disagreement, this is what Sanetta is looking for. But like you said, it appears that he's looking for it anyway. But like you said, it leads to other questions. Just examining it leads to other questions. Like, oh, so did you stand on the same principle when you did this then? Nope. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, I totally agree with you. And even those wicked women, those wicked women that probably want to try to hold, like, look what he's saying. Those women shouldn't even have a chance to speak on anything related to it, because they show they're not even advocate for women. They're lies and manipulated with their own kind. And basically, Shaka he really is articulate with what he said. You really have to listen to him. That's why I like Shaka, because you learn a lot from what not to and how to say. You know what I'm saying? Take your time and listen and identify with what he's saying. And they'll try to manipulate things of his character. And his character is strong. I like his character.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's I just think it's a far stretch, and there's more conversation to be had on people that's dead 50 years ago, 60, the turn of the century. I don't know. Even before that, I mean, some of these organizations started in the turn of the century, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Like,
when did women's rights start? Like somewhere in the 50s and 60s?
Yeah. I mean, the women's suffrage movement is before the 60s, it goes back. But I'm in favor of it, but again, when you mix it up to these kind of things, statements that you're willing to make online or publicly about people, you got to stand behind your own words. And if you're a person that's in an environment like we are in, which we subject ourselves to, which we willingly are part of, with reason, within reason, right? We're a part of that. When you make an allegation about somebody, when you say something, you got to stand on it and prove it. And if you can't prove it, then, there it is. But here's the thing. It's like, again, a person can always make a statement like, I believe there was some wrongdoing, although it was in the past. Back in another time, I still believe there was some wrongdoing. What it is, I can't affirm that it is what it is. I don't have enough information, but you can also say, I believe it. I believe that is true. But affirming it, that's another thing. And that's for what this man Israel said. He took it back because he couldn't affirm it. Even in fact, when he said he believed Sanetta was a pedo, I was like, something like that. I was like, damn, that's strong words. We've already heard other people say that. Now, there's a lot of people that disagree with Sanetta's behavior for other reasons, like having convicted rapists on your platform. How could that be? How could that be? And when there's something so solid and so clear, folks might not want to be so easy to switch subjects until they get the first thing resolved, and I think it's disingenuous, as you stated, of Sanetta to do this, but I don't expect different. Nobody expected any different. That's why we here communicating about it. And as long as people want to communicate about it, as long as there's a need to communicate about it and review the information, that's what's going to happen. You see? So we've heard a lot of things, man. We've heard a lot of things. And, You know, people just have to make up their own mind. But for one, I would just state this: I don't agree that that's a good look for anybody. Obviously, it's a horrible look today. If you want to go back into the 50s, 60s, and think about what it was like for other people and what they considered okay and not okay, I think you can have that. But at the end of the day, Elijah Muhammad was never charged with rape. And you know,
like he the LeBron, like he the Michael Jordan, LeBron, Bill Wilt, like all in one, like for real, like he beat the deadlines. He didn't come up when it was a law. He came up in a time when it was accepted. He did what was inside of his religious doctrine. By the time it got to him, he was already gone. You can't even, how can you hold that man accountable? So, but morally you can if you think about what he's doing. If you want to do that, so what? So be it. That was my issue. Morally, I feel like, you know, that's crazy. But, you know, factually, my morals don't have to, it's his lifestyle don't have to affect my lifestyle. So why should I really even care? You know, but you know, it's, you know, but how I feel about it is how I feel. You know what I mean? That don't mean how I feel is right or wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but today you wouldn't be down with it, right? Today
no.
It's very clear. You know, it's like we have had the suffrage movement. It has spoken and it's still speaking. And today, folks ain't down with it. And today, his close associate has gone to prison for it. Another associate that's been on this platform.
I'm gonna say this, VV.
Yeah.
Maybe folks are down with it. We might not be down with it.
No, we're not down with it.
We're not down with it. They might be, you know, because think about it, they're making laws, you know, for you know, they're still steady changing stuff within the LBGT rights. Like our society is going wicked, like, and it's crazy. You know, what you can identify as animals and stuff. We have lawsuits against kids who want to identify as cats and dogs, and it is crazy. It's crazy. So we not down with it because we have a mindset of we want to be human beings, but some people don't even want to be humans no more.
Yeah, and some people just don't want to be accountable for shit. I mean, goddamn, it's like, you know, I'm not. Oh, there you go. You back? You back?
Yeah, they don't own up to nothing.
Ralph, you there?
You hear me? Yeah, I'm
I
here.
hear you now. Yeah, you timed out for a second.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Those people don't want to own up to nothing. Sometimes some people feel like they shouldn't have to own up to nothing because everything is so accepted nowadays. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, everything's accepted. Now check this out. I mean, do you feel, and notice I said feel, right?
I got you.
Yeah. Do you feel that Sa takes accountability for most of these things we've been discussing? Like, for example, will he take accountability for this comment that he made about the victim's mother? It looked like she, and this was a few days before Polite actually was incarcerated. It looked like she one of them call girls. Where's the receipts? Should he have to bring his receipts? And is that an accusation against Polite? Or is it what is that all about? Should he have to bring clarity to it? Since he made that comment about the victim's mother a few days before Polite was incarcerated over attacking her child?
Well, I'm not in the mind of Sa, but what I feel, this is what I feel. I feel like Sa should be more responsible as a man. We know Sa got his little pervy side to him a little bit. I like that episode with him and Polite and that Caribbean guy, and he's like, "Dude, bumbleclot, titties all over," you know.
Well,
so he's been known to be a little perverted on the shows, and
yeah, but look, here's the thing: the picture that he held up of Polite and the victim's mother while he's talking, people are forgetting that picture is from a video that Sa did with Polite and with what's his name?
Let me get into it, BB. Let me get into it. I'm getting there.
Right, they're talking about rape. Is rape legal in the Bible?
They was going on with that for a long time too, right? So let's get to it. So with Sarnetta and his situation, right? With having those type of situations where people dealing with the law, admitting on the show, some information getting put out there on the show. He's always alluded to that situation as a high topic. And the way he talks is filthy. You know what I'm saying? So it makes it look his character. Do I feel like he has some type of, to answer your question, do I think if it takes some type of accountability? Maybe in his heart and mind, but he sound like he about that dollar, so he'll put up like he don't care. He probably pray at night. He type to probably even pray to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? When something go get wrong, he might say, oh my God. He probably, who knows? You know what I mean? But I do feel like he need to be more, because he running his show devilish. It's for the bread. He tell you it's for the money. He don't really teach anything. He just shows an objective. And his behavior is entertainment but shitty.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. And I just don't think, I think he's handles things like he's like an immature child. And I think he doesn't serve the community's best interest, and we've all been there, or me, I've been there at one moment. I don't know about you or others, but I've been there at one moment, even just a year ago, where I was like, I didn't have any clue about none of this stuff, half of this stuff going on. I heard only a few things, and I was happy that Shaka asked him about those things, but I didn't develop any real knowledge of how deep this is until after that moment, just a year ago, when Shaka first asked him, and when suddenly things went left, I was like, damn, there's more to this. This is odd, And so my opinion changed to Sarnetta myself. I had already heard some rumors about him putting out some information about Sarah Sutton-Seti, his personal home address, and things like this after issue with a debate. And that was the last time I had listened to anything about Sarnetta. And that was years, that's like a decade ago. And I just caught up online with Shaka just like a year ago, but I was communicating with Shaka long ago when he was doing his Ning network. This is just when YouTube was getting started. You see what I'm saying? When the movement was moving to YouTube. And but after that moment with Sarah Sutton-Seti, I took a step back and then later I just thought like, okay, well, maybe there's more to it. And then I found out that, okay, people are saying there's more to it. There's Reggie involved and things like this. And so I said, you know what, maybe it's not him directly. So you can't accuse people of things like that directly. So I never did, because I don't have the actual receipts myself. So I just said, okay, well, if it is, we will find out. So I treated him like he's just another person trying to work in the community and trying to have these debates and trying to deal with things in the best way he could, despite some opposition, whatever you get when you're doing your work. Some opposition you're going to get, but this is beyond what I expected. This is way beyond. I didn't expect to find out he would have rapists on his platform after they've been convicted of heinous crimes. I'm talking about heinous. And when a person says rape, we mean forcefully. Just read the report about the Mighty Hebrew, but he had him back on his platform. The thing about Polite, just not distancing himself for Polite, I totally changed my opinion. Flip-flopping about Polite totally changed my opinion. By the time he made this comment, made the lie up about the evidence against Polite, after the DNA analysis was released to the public, this before Polite, just before Polite was incarcerated, all of those things, and then this kind of comment, it definitely made me change my opinion, And so I would just ask people to analyze this and just ask themselves if it makes any sense. Let me just play this one more time here.
When we first pulled up, I told Nepal, I was like, yo, Nepal. I said something insinuating something like, yo, dude, she don't look happy. If I'm not mistaken, I was like, I don't want to say what I said, but I said, Nepal, she don't look happy. No, fuck that. Fuck all that. I'll keep it a buck there. Because I ain't really want to say it, but I keep it a buck. I went to Nepal, and I told her, I said, yo, she don't look happy. It looked like she's one of them call girls out there. Check. And if I'm lying, Nepal would tell you, no, you didn't. And I was like, yo, I'm looking at her. And I seen her present. I was like, yo, she don't really.
Yeah. And Nepal is the person he accused publicly of running off with the debate money, you know? So, and now he's, you know, flip-flopping again. Who knows what the truth is? They flip-flop a lot, you know? So me, I'm inclined to not believe a goddamn thing he say in his own defense about nothing. Right off the bat. And I would say, bring your receipts. Bring your receipts about this, what you said about the victim's mother, that Polite has been convicted of sexually assaulting, who is a 14-year-old girl at that time when it happened. He's going to be in jail for 7 years minimum. And he may get even further time if he doesn't complete his sexual assault program and while he's incarcerated, you know? So, I'm just like, okay, he accused the mother of being a call girl. That's Polite's wife, according to Polite. So is he trying to say, I mean, Polite got something to do with that, her being a call girl? And does he have any receipts on that? Can he deliver them? Because he made this statement publicly. Is it okay to make these kind of statements publicly without bringing the receipts? What do people do in a jail environment? What do people do on the streets when somebody makes an allegation like them, towards them publicly? Should you go see them? You see, should you show the receipts, or should none of that apply at all suddenly? You know, so he just sat up here and listened to Israel's explanation, which seems to contradict that. So I'm just like, pick a side, bro. Pick a side. Yo, Ralph, I'm gonna head out for a second. Oops. Yeah, and I just want to wish everybody a good day. I'm very sure that Shaka is going to go live on this matter later on today. So I would encourage people to go to his platform. Let me pick it up here. And let me see here. Here we go. I'm going to put it in the chat for folks that don't know. This is the person Sonetta has been talking about for a long time. And this is the person, let me see, Shaka's panel. Yeah, this is the person that Sonetta cursed out his mother, child, and, you know, because he keeps asking him about stuff about related to pedophilia, scamming, you know, rapists and stuff like that.
So fuck that bitch nigga. Fuck him, his mother, his wife, his so-called girlfriend, and his babies. Fuck him. Give a fuck about that nigga. After this whole Polite.
And what about Rob Bourne and Garfield? Is he ever going to bring those receipts that he mentioned their names in?
After this whole Polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob Bourne, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas, because I'm gonna be pulling up some reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx, some fresh ones that just went on. I want to see y'all stand up and fight.
Where the receipts, Sonetta? Where the receipts, Israel? Does that apply to Sonetta, the rule that you just applied to Shaka? You know, you apologized to Sonetta. You said you should have never called him a pedophile. That was wrong and in the streets and blah, blah, blah. So what about the rest of this? You seem to have a different rule than Sonetta. And if not, explain how. All right, bro. I'm out, Ralph. I'm going to catch y'all later. Let me see, everybody. This is Shaka's channel. Go to his channel. He's going to be speaking on this topic later on today. Shaka didn't ask me to do anything. You know, not that anybody said that, but I just want to make it clear. I'm just doing it on my own because I have been following this part, at least the part about Shaka's engagement with Sa Neter and what happened, that fallout and why it happened. So I'm just offering my little bit of 2 cents to it. It's not personal to me, but it could be a little personal to Shaka because the man did curse his mother, daughter, and child out. He did make sexual references about his child, but he also made references to other people. He made references to the victim of Polite's sexual assault to the mother. He insinuated things publicly on the net. He insinuated she was a call girl. There's no receipts. He put Rob Bourne and Garfield's name out to the public in connection to what? Sexual assault. Here it is. It's crazy. I mean, it's hard to know how many times
after this whole Polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob Bourne, Garfield, all y'all know who I'm talking about. I want to see all you niggas.
So y'all know who he talking about. So where's the receipts? Why did he find it so important to bring up Rob Bourne and Garfield? Well, they were distancing himself from Polite. They were saying, yo, Sa Neter, what the hell is wrong with you, bro? You still capping for Polite. Don't quote me verbatim, but that's the gist of it. They're falling out. And then after they make public statements, then Sa Neter comes out and says this.
After this whole Polite case go on, and when this shit is over with, I want to see all you niggas. Listen to me good, y'all. Rob Bourne, Garfield.
The difference is that these people haven't been playing these receipts over. They haven't been playing them for the public. Rob Bourne and Garfield, Garfield's played a little. I'm not capping for him or anything like that, but he has played a little. But the gist of this is that this was just before Polite went to court to be incarcerated and take that plea. And they had been crying and saying, yo, Sa Neter, after Sa Neter capped about the DNA evidence, capped about the evidence against Polite on his platform, he tried to come up with ulterior truths that aren't even truths because they're just lies. He offered ulterior information, just like he offered about the mother of the victim being a call girl. He just offered that up out of nowhere. No receipts on Rob Bourne, Garfield, or what he said about the victim's mother. But he is allowed to say things like that publicly, and his audience does not hold him accountable for them. He just gets to delete these things off of his page and then move on like nobody ever noticed. But the problem is, a lot of people do notice. But it's not our problem. It's yours, brother. It's your own problem. It is your own doing. It's your own doing. But I don't expect you to hear me, though. Yo, peace, y'all. Everybody be good. Have a good evening.
For all the times that I was in the trenches hustling